You're not ready yet.
Welcome to the May 14th regular board meeting. Appreciate the audience here. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call to establish quorum?
Okay. On the attendance roll call, Student Director Simmons, Student Director Vasquez, Director Lauder,
Present.
Director Williams,
Present, sir.
Director Hutchinson, Director Barry. Director Barry? Is she on Zoom? She needs to answer the roll call, please. Director Barry? Director Barry? You should, okay.
Present.
Thank you very much. Director Thompson?
Present.
Vice President Batchelor?
Here.
And President Brohard?
Here. Thank you.
Quorum's present.
All right. Mr. Seychow, can we please have a translation check?
Yes, moving to interpretation announcement. For tonight's meeting, we have two languages for live interpretation. They are Arabic and Spanish. For in-person, we have laptops here. Please raise your hand if you need laptops for interpretation. There's also translation closed caption feature available on Zoom that you can use by clicking closed caption icon on your Zoom taskbar. Moving to Arabic interpretation, I will lower our attendees' hands. Please only raise your hand if you need Arabic interpretation. Ms. Abdi, if you can come off mute and make the interpretation announcement for Arabic, please.
Yes. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. للحصول على ترجمة باللغة العربية الرجاء اتباع التعليمات والإرشادات التالية. في أسفل الشاشة ابحث عن الدائرة على شكل الكرة الأرضية، اضغط عليها ثم اختر كلمة الترجمة واختار اللغة العربية. أما إذا تستخدمون الأجهزة الذكية هناك 3 نقاط في أسفل الشاشة عند كلمة مور، اضغط عليها ثم اختار كلمة الترجمة واختار اللغة العربية. الرجاء كسر الصوت الأصلي حتى تستمع إلينا بوضوح. إذا أنتم متواجدين في القاعة هناك أجهزة متوفرة لاستماع الترجمة، وإذا أنتم عن بعد هناك أيضا خاصية رفع اليد الصفراء حتى نقوم بخدمتكم. Arabic announcement is done. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Abdi. Check attendees to see if any hands are raised for Arabic interpretation. See no hands raised for Arabic interpretation. We will not start that. Next, we'll go to Spanish. Again, I will lower all attendees' hands. Please only raise your hand if you need Spanish interpretation. Ms. Walker Marquez, if you can come up mute and make the interpretation announcement for Spanish, please.
It's okay if okay.
Yeah, Andres is going to do it. Thank you.
Okay.
Ok, buenas tardes, thank you. Buenas tardes, esta junta cuenta con interpretación al español. Si ustedes necesitan interpretación al español, por favor levanten su mano para que se preste el servicio. Las personas que están en la sala, si necesitan interpretación, hay en la sala computadoras que les pueden prestar para que escuchen la interpretación, y también hay interpretación por medio de subtítulos, pueden activarlo. Si necesitan la interpretación, todo lo que tienen que hacer una vez que activen el servicio es a presionar, ir a la parte de abajo, buscar el globo terráqueo, presionar español y pueden escuchar ahí la interpretación en español. Gracias, disfruten su junta. Spanish is done. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Delatorre. Checking attendees to see if any hands are raised for Spanish interpretation. Seeing no hands raised, we will not start it. Okay, great, thank you. Noted. So we do have hands raised for Spanish interpretation. And so we will start Spanish interpretation. We will activate that when, we will activate that Spanish for interpretation. Then that concludes interpretation announcement, and we'll check again later during the meeting.
Madam President, before you proceed, I just wanted to note in the record, Director Barry is permitted to participate in tonight's meeting pursuant to AB 2303, which became effective January 2025, which under not more than twice a year under justifiable circumstances, and she has, she's potentially ill, and she's permitted to participate without otherwise complying with Brown Act notice requirements. Not more than twice a year.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. Tonight in closed session, we will discuss the following items: labor matters, conference with D1 24-1926, conference with labor negotiators. D2 24-0436, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. D3 25-0485, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. D4 25-1148, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Under public employment, item D5 24-1967, public employment. Public matters, D6 25-1221, expulsion of student U. We will now take 10 minutes of public comment on on closed agenda items only. Thank you. And do we have any speakers, Mr. Seychell?
Yes, we do. At the moment, we have 6 speakers.
1 minute each, please.
Noted. Thank you. Denisha Lacey, Seven Schaefers, Jasmine Medina, Francisco Sanchez, Alondra Campos, and Eureka Santiago.
And again, I want to remind speakers that this is on closed agenda items. If you wanted to speak on an agenda item, that public comment comes later in the agenda. Thank you. Are there any public speakers?
Hi. Good evening, Board of Directors. My name is Denisha Lacey, and I am a parent of OUSD. I'm here to urge you to please receive resolution for 24-25-0004. This resolution will impact after-school program services, but also over 9,000 students as well and families in OUSD. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, my name is Seven Shavers, and I'm a student at Oakland Technical, but I used to attend Skyline. For 3 years, I've been a part of the Oakland Kids First Real Hard After School program, where we've been fighting to improve our OUSD restrooms. Real Hard is the first program I've been in where I felt like my ideas and presence was valued, and I don't know where I'd be without it. As someone who has social anxiety, being a part of a community like this has helped me learn a lot of how to speak up, which is a skill that a lot of young people don't learn while growing up. They showed me how to be a leader and fight for what's right. They gave me a safe space for me to further my political and social education without being left confused on what we're learning. I've built better bonds with my after-school coordinators than I have with my teachers because they don't just treat us like students, they treat us like people too. I know for a fact that my coordinator, Hadia, has helped a lot of students in our program by being someone that we could vent to and ask for help or support for an issue. Cutting 80% of our funding for our programs would make schools harder for a lot of students due to not having academic resources, not having a safe space to go after school, or not having a way to get home right after school. We demand that you reverse the resolution that affects the funding for after-school programs. You are all supposed to be making school a safer place for students, but there are thousands of students that will be affected if full funding isn't restored. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jasmine Medina. I'm a life coach at Safe Passages, but immediately before that, I am a mother of an OUSD student. Both my kids are United for Success Academy. They did really good there. My son graduated in 8th grade. Main thing is sports, arts, the confidence. They gained a family, a lot of friends. Most of the instructors ended up being real close to me. It would be devastating to take that away. As far as working mothers, driving back and forth, that makes it safe for our kids to get home. We need a resolution immediately. Thank you.
All right. My name is Francisco Sanchez. I'm a program manager with Bay Area Community Resources. We're one of the partners that provide expanded learning programming for OUSD. And I've been in this work for over 15 years in service to Oakland youth. Our programs are an integral part of our education and community, providing essential support not only for students, but also working families like mine. Knowing that my kids have a safe space to land after school and not have to worry about where they're at, it's big for Oakland, right? These programs are vital because they foster improvement in academic outcomes, increase student engagement, and develop a strong social and emotional skills, all which contribute to the holistic growth of our youth, strengthening our community as a whole. I encourage you guys to redact the memo. This is important, necessary, and just think of the impact and implications that this will have if we let it go through. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alondra, and I am not only a dedicated after-school program staff with Girls Inc. of Alameda County, but I am also a parent to two OUSD students that are here with me today. I am standing here today to urge you to reject the proposed site-specific budget reductions required by the Alternative Budget Solutions resolution that would cut approximately 50% of current school site contract budgets to meet the district spending cap. As an after-school provider and a parent, I can share the impact on multiple levels that this will have on my children and potentially my family's livelihood. Cutting these funds could mean that thousands of children could lose access to a safe space to be in after the bell. Many parents and families like myself rely on these safe spaces to be able to go to work and provide for our families at home. Our low-income families will be left especially vulnerable, as not only does ASP provide a safe space for them, but also dedicated staff that care for the children we see walk into our programs every day. I have been in after-school work for 8 years, and I can share firsthand how important and valuable our safe space is for families and students' social-emotional learning, positive risk-taking, and additional academic support. From one parent to another, since I know many of you are working parents, please join me in urging the board to cut the resource, to not cut the resource of after-school families, as we need these to be able to provide a safe space for our students every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Erika Santiago.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Erica Santiago.
Tengo 3 niños en el distrito escolar.
I have 3 children in Oakland Unified School District.
Hoy vengo no a decirles en qué va a afectar a mi familia, sino en qué ha beneficiado los programas después de escuela a mi familia.
I want to tell you how my family has benefited from after-school programs.
Ellos les han ayudado a mucho en las tareas, en su nivel académico.
It has really helped them with their homework and their academic level.
También a ser más sociables y más seguros de ellos mismos.
And to help them be more social and more sure of themselves.
Ellos les encantan los deportes. Estuvimos en una liga en este término de año.
They love sports and they were able to join a league this year.
Simplemente aman ir a la escuela gracias al programa después de escuela.
And that's part of the reason why they want to go to school, is because they're so excited about their after-school program.
¿Y qué puedo decir de mí? Que me ha permitido estar en talleres diferentes para poder seguir aprendiendo más acerca de todo esto.
And what can I tell you about myself? I've been helped by being able to attend so many parent workshops.
Teniendo también ir a la escuela porque sé que necesito aprender inglés y eso ocupa tiempo.
And I'm also learning English, and all of this is through the services of the after-school program.
Tengo un niño con autismo y él necesita también de mí. Tengo que partirme en muchas partes, pero gracias al programa me ha podido también preocuparse en mí.
I have a son with autism, and it takes a lot of my time to support him, but thanks to the program, I've been able to also do things to take care of myself.
Por favor, les pido no recortar los fondos que son bien importantes para todas las familias que trabajan y estudian.
Please don't cut these funds. They're so important to everyone who works and has children in school. Thank you.
Solo piensen en nosotros.
Thank you.
We have another registered speaker, Antonio Perez. Antonio Perez, if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. Antonio Perez, if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. President Brewhart, all name has been called.
Thank you. We will now go to closed session and we will reconvene at 6 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome to the regular session of the May 14th school board meeting. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call to establish quorum?
On the roll call, Student Director Simmons.
If all board directors could come to the dais, that would be great. Director Williams, Director Hutchinson. If all board directors could please come to the dais. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call to establish quorum?
Okay, all right. I can't hear back here.
Just so you guys know.
Right, you can't hear. There's a lot of noise in here. On the roll call to establish quorum, Student Director Simmons.
Here.
Student Director Vasquez.
Here.
Director Lotta.
Here.
Director Williams.
Present, sir.
Director Hutchinson. Director Barry.
Present.
Director Thompson. Present. Vice President Batchelor
Here.
and President Brohard.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. And Mr. Seychow, can we do a translation check, please?
Yes, President Brohard. Moving to interpretation announcement. For tonight's meeting, we have 2 languages for live interpretation. There are Arabic and Spanish. For in-person, we have laptops in the back of the room for interpretation.
If everyone could be quiet so we could start the meeting. We're trying to do a translation check and want to make sure that everybody can get their equipment. Thank you.
For translation check, we'll now go to Arabic. I will lower all attendees' hands. Please only raise your hand if you need Arabic interpretation. Mr. Lay, if you can come off mute and make the interpretation announcement for Arabic, please.
Again, if we could have everyone quiet, please, so we can do translation check. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلا وسهلا بكم في اجتماع الليلة. للحصول على الترجمة باللغة العربية رجاء اتباع التعليمات التالية. في أسفل الشاشة ابحث عن الدائرة على شكل الكرة الأرضية. اضغط عليها ثم اضغط على الترجمة واختر اللغة العربية. إذا كنت تستخدم الهواتف الذكية في أسفل الشاشة هناك 3 نقاط. عند كلمة مور اضغط عليها ثم على كلمة الترجمة واختر اللغة العربية. الرجاء كتم الصوت الأصلي لتستمع إلينا بوضوح. إن كنتم تحتاجون إلى الترجمة باللغة العربية فبإمكانكم الضغط على أيقونة اليد الصفراء لنتمكن من خدمتكم. أما بالنسبة للجلسات الشخصية فلدينا حواسب محمولة في الجزء الخلفي من الغرفة للترجمة الشفوية. شكرا. Arabic is done.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Checking attendees to see if any hands are raised for Arabic interpretation. So I do see one hand that is raised, so we will start with Arabic interpretation. Next, we'll go to Spanish. I will lower all attendees' hands. Please only raise your hand if you need Spanish interpretation. Mr. De La Torre, if you can come off mute and make the interpretation announcement for Spanish, please.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Buenas tardes. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación al español. Si usted necesita interpretación al español, por favor de levantar su mano para que puedan activar el servicio. Una vez que activen el servicio, en la parte de abajo de su computadora van a ver un globo terráqueo. Presionen y busquen español. Van a poder escuchar en español. Si están en un aparato o en un teléfono, busquen los 3 puntos, hagan el mismo procedimiento. Si están en la sala, por favor, ahí hay algunas computadoras que les pueden prestar para que escuchen su interpretación. Gracias, disfruten su junta. Spanish is done. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Del Torre. So I do see a few hands that were raised. So laptops are in the back of the room. So we will activate Arabic and Spanish interpretation, and that concludes interpretation announcement, and we'll check again later. Turn it to you, Mr. Rickstraw.
Madam President, the required interpretation availability check has been completed.
Thank you. Before we begin tonight, I'd like to emphasize the importance of respectful decorum, communication, and engagement at our board and committee meetings. The work of the board is serious business and impacts the everyday experiences of our students, staff, families, and broader community. It is critical that all of us, both up here on the dais and in the audience, model the respectful interactions that we would like to see our students to have in their classrooms, on the play yard, and in athletic competitions. As we open tonight's meeting, I urge everyone present and planning to attend and review and abide by the board education protocols and meeting rules of engagement listed on pages 8 and 9 of tonight's agenda. At tonight's meeting, there are several allotted times where you may make public comments, provided you pre-registered to speak online before the meeting started, or if you fill out a comment card, which you can find on the table by the entrance. And you can submit those cards at any time. We'll be able to speak after the special orders of the day, after all non-agenda items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the district, at the adoption of the pupil discipline consent report, the adoption of the general consent report, at the adoption of the general consent report facilities, at the student board members report, and after each of our public hearings. Tonight we have 4: District Solar Photovoltaic Project, easement to Pacific Gas and Electric Company to allow access for installation and maintenance of electric vehicle charging stations. District Special Education Local Plan Area, SELPA, Annual Service Plan and Budget Plan, and the Aspire Triumph Technology Academy Charter School, grades TK5, petition and request for charter material revision. There are also 3 items of new business: the LCAP Accountability Plan, the Curriculum Adoption Plan for UFly, and the Curriculum Adoption Purchase Elementary Reading Risk Screener. There will be public comments after each of those items, and then finally after the superintendent's report. I will now report out on closed sessions on labor matters. On item D1, number 241926, conference with labor negotiations, the Board of Education discussed this matter. Under legal matters, on item D2, number 240436, conference with legal counsel extending existing litigation. There was a motion made by Director Hutchinson to support this and seconded by Director Thompson with a vote of 6-0 and 1 abstention. I'm sorry, 1 recusal. On item D3, number 2504-2485, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. The board approved a settlement in this matter. The motion by President Brohard, seconded by Director Thompson, with a vote of 7-0. On item D4, number 24116, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. The board approved a settlement in this matter. Motion by Director Brohard, seconded by Director Thompson, vote 7-0. On public employee matters, item D5, number 241967, Superintendent of Schools. The board gave direction on this matter with a motion by Vice President Batchelor, seconded by President Brohard, with a vote of 4 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstained, and 1 absent. On pupil matters, on item D6, the board heard this matter and will vote on the matter in public in section K on the agenda. That is the end of the closed session report. Next on the agenda, are there any modifications to the agenda?
President Brohard, this is Director Berry. Is it possible to move up the superintendent's report in the agenda since there are so many folks present, and there be an opportunity for people to engage with that item and hear answers to their questions?
We can. The report has been shortened to 5 minutes, so it's a shorter report. But yes, we can move that. Director Hutchinson.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to notify you, President Brohard, that tonight Director Thompson and I have a new legislative to introduce to repeal the budget cuts that you all instituted a while ago. So I just want to make sure, and there's copies on the table for anyone who would like one, that we have time at the end of the meeting, or you make time before that, because there's a statutory requirement that we're allowed to introduce our new legislative item. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd heard that, and that's on the agenda. Are there any others? I have some too. Go ahead.
I wasn't sure if you were going to do this or I can, but moving the student board reports after special orders of the day, and also moving PSAC after the student board reports as well. So moving the student board reports after the special order of the day, and then also moving PSAC after the student board reports.
I would request that we don't move anything in front of public comment on non-agenda items, which is why everyone's here to speak.
I have 2 recusals that I had that I sent to General Counsel, but just from the general consent report. It is items L35 and L91 recusals from the general consent.
I'm sorry, what was the second one?
L35 and L91.
So just to clarify, President Brohard, I'm sorry.
for the recusals, you will remove those from the consent agenda. Okay.
Yeah, can you prioritize public comment over student director report?
So to clarify, that would be public comment right after special orders of the day and before the student board reports? Okay.
Director Brohard, could the superintendent report follow the student report or go right before the PSAC?
The superintendent report can follow PSAC. PSAC, the number that brought their young kids with them, so in helping to get the families out earlier, we're going to put the superintendent report after PSAC. And are there any other items being pulled from the consent item?
I thought you wanted to keep it.
I did, yeah. Realize my mic was on. For the special orders of the day, you'll see the attachments. There's quite a bit from the county and the state, but this is a notification that we have now officially exited the district from fiscal trusteeship effective June 30th. I think this is a real highlight of our work. This is a huge, for those of us who have been in the district many years, we know we started teaching under state administratorship. Our kids started school under state administratorship. So I think this is a huge accomplishment by our district leadership and by the board. And again, I encourage people to read the letters. There's quite a bit of information in them. And it really sets out the work that we have ahead of us. Director Hutchinson, did you want to say something? Okay. All right, thank you. And with that, we will move to public comment on agenda items. Public comment on the special orders of the day. Thank you.
Yes, President Brohard, we have one speaker for this item. That's Asada Olakbala. Yes, and Sheila Haynes. How much time would you like to allow for public comment?
2 minutes, please. Is Ms. Haynes online? You want to take Ms. Haynes first?
Yes, Sheila Haynes is online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm just officially notifying the board right now that I really would like you to rescind this $1 million block grant usage, because I'm learning that it was allocated in an improper way, without proper protocol being followed. And it's really important that you guys understand that these resources, although it's an allowable source, it's taken away from services that greatly benefit our children. And so there's a possible Brown Act violation with the way that this block grant was allocated. So I'm asking for you guys to rescind these actions and go through the proper steps in pushing this plan forward. And I'm still also waiting to hear back about my resolution. So I'm hoping the board can make steps to actually offer programs in music instead of taking funding away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is coming out of receivership, is that correct? So it's a good thing that we're coming out of receivership. But the question I have is, do we have the capability of tracking expenses, determining which expenses are most important, allocating funds accordingly in an equitable way? And do you have the ability to ensure that you can work together in a way that you can get results that are needed? Can you ensure adequate cash flow? Can you identify potential fiscal risks before they happen and disrupt that potential? Can you foster an open communication and collaboration among the stakeholders of this community so that we have an opportunity to participate in what is going on relating to fiscal issues? The most important thing is, do you have the ability to collectively work together to ensure that our fiscal well-being is in place? I'm not comfortable with that. But if we're going to come out of receivership, you have to have that capacity. Otherwise, we'll end up going right back into receivership.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers, Mr. House?
All names have been called.
And with that, we will move to
board comment.
Go ahead, Dr.
Okay, I won't even. This is pretty amazing, y'all, that we're here today. And this is what's happening right now. There's people in the community that worked decades so we could be free of state receivership that was first imposed on us in 2003. The district has done a historic job in terms of improving our position over the last 3 years so we can finally leave receivership, and even a year earlier than we planned. There are two people who are most responsible for our ability to leave receivership right now. The first one is Superintendent Dr. Kyla Johnson-Trammell. Who this board majority forced out of office. And that's why she's not even here tonight and hasn't been at a board meeting since they did that to her and won't be back again until something changes. The second person most responsible for this is our Chief Business Officer, Lisa Grant Dawson. Another person who's not here tonight, largely because when the community was finally notified of these spending caps that our board leadership had imposed, these folks have tried to blame it on Lisa Grant Dawson, to tell her and to tell the community they didn't know this would happen. They didn't know. When the truth of the matter is, we were all told. And at the same meeting they first came up with the idea to force our superintendent out, is the same meeting they voted on these spending cuts that have now frozen our after-school program dollars and impacted school sites across the district. Today, we literally should have balloons in here and we should be popping bottles. We're finally free of the colonial model first imposed on us in 2003. But because of the actions of this board, this is what it feels like now. And like Ms. Asada said, if we don't have a change in the school board, a school board that's incapable now of hiring a new superintendent, a school board that voted 4-3 to impose these cuts that have led to our programs being slashed, the same 4-3 vote that voted out our superintendent. Not one of them has had an explanation, not one of them has been honest with our community, and they are responsible. They literally wrote the resolutions. So unfortunately, I can't celebrate today. I'm proud of this accomplishment, but we can't celebrate yet. And let me be very clear. We have about 8 weeks now until June 30th. If we don't make a change so we have a superintendent in place and make a change so we can fix what they did to our budget, We're going to leave receivership on June 30th and be taken over again on July 1st. I need the community to rise up, and we can't accept this from our so-called leaders on the school board. That's the real situation, and it's up to you, because now that we're leaving receivership, nobody is going to step in to save us. It's all on us now.
Are there any other board comments? And with that, we will move to public comments. How many speakers do we have, Mr. Hollis? On agenda items. I'm sorry.
Correct.
No.
So on public comment on
Non-agenda items, sorry.
Non-agenda items, we have 73 speakers signed up to speak, 18 of which are students. How much time would you like to allow for public comment?
I'm going to allow 1 minute. Let's take the students first. And I realize a lot of people came out tonight, but we have an extremely packed hearing, including 4 public hearings, which we have here tonight. They're published in the newspaper. So I'm going to give everybody 1 minute, and we have 30 minutes to speak. But I want the students to come up first.
Student speakers are Angie Gutierrez Fernandez, Carla Cruz, Diana Voto, Ann Abby, Kenneth Lee, Jose Maria Cabian, Jennifer Pablo Matias, Chola Van Tessel, Amaru Mendoza Najera, Randy Charles, Johnny Morales, Blanca MCS, Santiago MCS, Beloy Mazarago, AJ Baldridge, Corwin Foster, Autumn Weems, Anessa Rashid. Those are all the student names.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Andrew Gutierrez, and I'm a student at Fremont High School, representing Oakland Kids First. I am also part of the after-school program where I participate in Real Hard and get to fight in my schools for natural and basic rights in our bathrooms and build connections with my classmates. Real Hard has benefited me because I get to build connections with people I haven't, or adults even I hadn't even met. Real Hard also helps me by providing internships that can give me work experience for the future after high school. You must protect the state and federal funding that is set aside for after-school programs. Without these programs, I wouldn't be able to learn new skills like public speaking like I am doing right now. I wouldn't be able to learn how to build relationships with people that I have no classes with or wouldn't even talk to. Building relationships with people is a key detail and skill so that I can get more opportunities in the future. The school board must reverse Resolution 25-0492 and restore full funding to after-school programs in OUSD so that the thousands of children who rely on after-school funding can continue to have a safe place to go and can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Diana, and I am a student at Fremont High School representing Oakland Kids First. I am a part of an after-school program called Real Hard, and with this program, I get to learn how to research solutions to find a better environment for our school sites. My personal experience in Real Hard is building relationships with my peers within the program and building a connection with them outside of school. Before I joined the program, I didn't really talk to anyone else other than the people I already knew before the program, which was very few people. And without these programs, others who struggle to expand socially will lose an opportunity to expand outside of their own peers. As the school board, you must protect the students. You must protect the funds that provides thousands of students a safe space for learning, and so with this So we demand the reverse resolution 250492 and a full restoration of after-school programs so students continue to have an environment that provides support for students and parents.
Hello, my name is Jose Cobian and I'm a student at Casamon High School, representing Oakland Kids First. I'm part of the after-school program where I participate in several activities, including night interpreters. In this program, I support all the students by translating and helping them access the support they need, support they often miss out on due to language barriers. This program, along with others, have given me the chance to explore new talents and develop skills that I can apply to my academic, personal, and professional life. These are skills I won't be able to gain during regular school hours, but I've been able to develop them after school. These programs has helped me stay engaged at school and have opened the door to unique opportunities. I've been involved in after-school programs since my sophomore year, and they have supported my academic growth, provide meals, and allow me to build friendships and meaningful relationships with my mentors. Now, in my transition from high school to college, being involved in these programs has given me the strength and motivation to keep pushing forward and pursue my dreams with confidence.
Hello, my name is Carla, and I am a student at Fremont High School, representing Oakland Kids First. I am also part of an after-school program where I participate in Real Hard and get to have my school bathroom rights, where we work on our sit campaigns, and it has benefited me because I get to be in a safe place, also have built relationship with my peers and adults that run that program. And how it impacts me and my family is how incomes programs goes to me and my family to pay for our food and home supplies in order for us to live. The school board must reverse resolution #250492 and restore full fundings to after-school programs in OUSD so that the thousands of children who rely on after-school fundings can continue to have a safe place to go where we can drive. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kenny and I'm a student at Castlemont High School representing LCAP. I've had the honor to be a part of the after-school program real hard with my amazing coordinator, Hadia, for 4 years, where I helped to find solutions to issues students at my schools face, such as school bathrooms. Reducing the funding for after-school programs wouldn't be ideal because Real Hard has benefited me in a lot of ways. Firstly, coming into Real Hard, I was very childish and immature, but over the years I've grown a lot into someone in the position to think more critically about how I act and represent my peers and myself. You must protect the state and federal funding that is set aside for after-school program because it gives me, along with others in my position, something to do. As a person raised in East Oakland, it's real easy after school to be involved in the other activities. So without these programs, there will be no place for me or my brother to go after I'm gone from high school. That's it.
Good evening. My name is Autumn Weems, and I am a part of the organization Oakland Kids First and a part of the BANCH program, Real Hard. And I couldn't begin to tell you what being a part of something so detrimental has done for me. I've become a better organizer, a better team contributor, and just an overall better person. The amount of support and encouragement I've gotten from the coordinators and staff at OKF has been unlike anything I've ever experienced, and I know my program accolades can say the same. These programs aren't just something we do to pass time, they're lifelines. For some of us, during programs, the only time we can get nourishment or get our homework done, and it honestly can be the only time we feel like we're a part of something bigger, because we are. We are a part of something bigger. We are the future, and we need the resources. We should have more resources to become the exceptional leaders I know we can be, not have the little ones we already have taken away from us. You're failing us. The board is failing us. If we were put first in the first place, we wouldn't even be in this situation, in this position, in this predicament. Rescind the policy and help us give us the future we know we deserve.
Hello, my name is Anne. I am a junior attending Skyline High School representing Oakland Kids First, and I am a part of an after-school program where I participate in YOC and Real Hard. These programs teach me how to advocate for student needs. YOC has benefited me because I get to learn about advocating and understanding our administrative systems as well as our community needs. When joining Real Hard and YOC, I did not expect to really develop any new skills, but throughout this journey, I have reached a new level of leadership I couldn't fathom to being able to ever reach before then. As of now, our community is in a deep search and is in a need of something. It's in a need of evolving leaders, youth and adults that could aspire our new generation, leaders that can use their voice to advocate for those community needs, leaders that can make changes that will not only apply to themselves, but to everyone in the community, whether being staff, teachers, or families. So I am here today to plead with you guys to not make this new measure impact everyone's lives that you see in front of you right now, or for those whose community are in urgent need of resources. Thank you and have a good evening.
Hello everyone, my name is Santiago Galindo. I am a senior at Oakland High School and a basic youth educator for Manzanita community. Manzanita has been a great experience from being able to enhance my abilities as a role model and a mentor for these students. After school program has a special place in my heart, from the students to parents to staff. It feels like a big community united. I have such a huge connection with these students, being able to hear their voice, opinions, ideas, and helping them when they need it the most. Now it feels like it's being taken away. Please think about these students, how this can heavily impact them from their mental health to education. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Blanca Rosas. I am a junior at Oakland High, and I have been working with IBESI for almost 2 years now as a youth educator. IBESI has been a part of my life for a very long time now, since I was in La Escuelita for after-school program. And when being there, I got a lot of help in doing my homework, and that's something that every kid in the district needs, even when they're struggling with homework, because their parents can't help them at home. So please don't cut the fundings for after-school programs. It will be a big impact for those parents who have been having their kids enrolled in after-school programs for years because of their jobs and how they don't got opportunity to pick them up right after school ends, or aren't able to help them with homework because they don't understand English. Also, cutting the fundings for IBESI won't give opportunities for future high school students to get an internship in IBESI, and IBESI is always a good internship to have, even for me. I still want to have that chance to work for them next school year in the summer of 2026. So vote Resident Board Resolution 2425-0084.
Hello everyone, I am Amaru Mendoza Najera, and I am in 3rd grade. I go to the Oakland Leaf after school program at ICS. I've been in ASP for 3 years now. We need to save after school programs in Oakland and ASP. In ASP, I am able to participate in lots of fun events and activities and want to continue doing so. All Oakland kids deserve the opportunity to do the same, and parents deserve to have a service that will support them while they have to work and can't pick up their kids right after school. I am also going to be a future school board director. Thank you and good night.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Pablo Matias, and I'm a 5th grader at ICS. I have been in after school for 6 years, and I know you should not cut funds. It's important to me, other children, and several parents. My parents and other students' families cannot pick us after school, knowing that parents can rely on ASB to continue supporting their children. For example, America Scores, where we make poems and play soccer, which many kids enjoy. We've done water days at In the Cash, where kids do performances that enjoy participating in. We are a community. Please keep ASP funds to continue supporting us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Randy Ramirez Chavez. I'm in 5th grade. I've been attending the Oakland Leaf After School program for almost 2 years. Since these cuts are happening, the risk of program being cut is a bad idea. Students won't have the necessary support to help them in after school program, and the program won't be able to serve as many students as it does. Cutting 80% of funds will mean people will lose their jobs, and parents who come aren't able to pick up the students from after school will not have after school program as a support. Please keep funds to help maintain the many students in Oakland who use this program as a tool to help them. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Johnny Martin Morales, and I'm in 5th grade at International Community School. I've been going to the Oakland Leaf After School program for about 4 years now. We've been through a lot, and I know they're cutting almost 80% of fundings. Losing after-school teachers is going to make it hard for families because if there are no instructors to support students, where are they going to be? All ASP must have teachers because we don't know what parents are going through. Knowing there's a space where students are learning fun new activities and making new friends shows ASP's impact. My mom, who has 5 kids to take care for, knowing it hurts when she does not have support for them, but she still works. Please keep funding our programs and continue supporting us. Thank you. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Zola Van Tassel. Right now, I attend Oakland Leaf. I have been at this after-school program for 6 years now. This program is essential to me. I have made many friends, played sports, and I have been into poetry slams. It isn't just important to me, but also to many others. My peers and I enjoy this after-school program. And not only that, but most of us don't have a place to go when the school day ends. A lot of people's parents work many hours in order to maintain a roof over the head, food on the table, and things that you need to live. Because of that, students can't go home, and families rely on the after-school program to continue supporting their kids. It is not fair or right to take 80% of the after-school program funds away from Oakland youth. This will have a negative impact on students and families across our city. Thank you for your time, and please take my words into consideration.
Hi, my name is Alexa Avila Mata. I go to Fremont High School, but from 8th grade all the way to elementary, I would attend EBASI. EBASI getting cut is very bad because I have little siblings like my brother that attend the after-school program when my parents can't get there, when my mom has to work late, and my dad has doctor's appointments. If EBASI gets cut, who's gonna take care of that? Who has the time for that? I don't. And EBASI plays such a big part. I grew up with those people. They've watched me grow up since I was very tiny. And they just made such a big impact in my world, and I feel like they can make an impact like that with my sibling. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Directors. My name is Lena Nguyen, and I'm a low-income, first-generation Vietnamese American, student at Skyline High School, member of Youth Together, and All City Council's LCAP Director. As a marginalized student in Oakland, after-school programs like Youth Together have been a lifeline for me. They've given me a safe place to go to when my parents were working long hours just to make ends meet. These programs helped me find my voice, build confidence, and feel seen. Through my involvement in after-school programs, I found my second home, my chosen family. I'm here tonight to urge you to please rescind Resolution 2425-0084. This resolution will impact after-school services for over 9,000 students like me who depend on these resources to thrive. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening, Board of Directors. My name is AJ, and I'm a student at Skyline High School, and I'm a part of Youth Together. Being an intern with Youth Together and being a part of an after-school programming has significantly shaped my high school experience by teaching me how to be a better person and how to create and open up safe spaces for others. Student safety and community has been restored through these programs, and cutting these funding is only taking away from it. I'm here to urge you to please rescind your vote for Resolution 24250084. This resolution will impact after-school services for 9,000 students and families in OUSD. Not only will this impact our students, but it will take away more of our beloved staff members who have supported us greatly. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Belsi Mazariegos. I am a student at Skyline, and I am part of the Youth Together program. Today, I'm here to ask you not to take away support from the after-school program because we need the academic and emotional support they provide. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maurice Johnson. I go to Freak United Academy of Language. I'm in 8th grade. I love our after-school program because it provides a safe place for kids who might not have a ride home until their family can pick them up. Also love how after-school program can help you to get better grades by helping students with schoolwork. Please don't cut funding to our after-school program because I depend on them for help.
Hello, my name is Najai Benjamin. I go to Frick United Language Academy. I am in 6th grade. What I love about after school is they make learning fun, and we do a lot of cool stuff like field trips. We have field day, cooking, social club, arts and crafts, sports, and other activities. After school program helps my family out by giving my auntie time to go to work and do what she needs to do. And for myself, these programs help us learn new things, not just me, but everybody else. The staff here have great personalities, and they care about us even if you don't see it. If after school program gets cut, it would be devastating to see after school go, and we wouldn't have extra work support. So I think say no to after school fund cutting.
Buenas tardes a todos, mi nombre es Glendy Juan Sebastián, represento a Freak. Para nuestra comunidad Freak, el programa Después de Escuela es muy importante porque aprendemos muchas cosas y el coach Walker es uno de los mejores entrenadores que nos enseña a jugar básquetbol y yo estoy en el equipo de básquetbol y es una gran oportunidad lo que nos da el programa. Gracias.
Can we have translation for that?
Ms. Walker Marquez, if you can come off mute and make the interpretation.
Yes, and I want to request the student, the person who spoke, I didn't get their name, so maybe they can repeat it. But I want to ask not to cut our after-school programs because it's very important to us. Coach Walker, it's amazing, and he's the best coach, and he has coaches in basketball, and it has been a great opportunity to me being in this program. So thank you.
My name is Glendy.
Thank you, Glendy.
Hi, my name is Samaya. I go to Frick, and I'm in 7th grade. I love the way that my after-school program provides us everything that we need, and I love the way that they care and live for us. I love that they have always different activities for us to do. I just really love that this program finds ways to get everything we need. Having an after-school program really helps my mom get her mind right and focus on her job. It also helps because when my mom has to go to do stuff at the moment, she doesn't have nowhere for me to go. My mom loves how I can get extra work if needed. Not having an after-school program would break me. I love not having to worry about going to program. Please don't cut fundings for our school because we need it for our meals, field trips, and activities like tutoring, sports, art classes, and just having a safe place to be after school.
My name is Jessica Serrano, and I've been a student in the after-school program from elementary up to middle school and now an assistant youth educator. I come representing Oakland High School, TCN, and Urban Promise Academy. We expect maturity to understand that programs such as the BASIC connects, builds, and creates families that have allowed you to have the power that you have now. Families that have united through programs from a BASIC have seeked and put out their beliefs through you, beliefs that you'll allow their children to have a sanctuary, a place to go in which they can learn, thrive, and connect with each other. Through these budget cuts, you deny them from this privilege, this opportunity that many hope for. I myself come and depend on programs such as these to help me thrive and be successful. A BASIC is built on a foundation of community and a place that helps youth and families. Depriving them from this crumbles the ability of future generations to grow and thrive. Stop cutting things that help people who gave you the power you have now. I myself come at risk from these budget cuts. Give others the opportunity I have been given so they can do what many dream of doing.
Hello, my name is Edemevo Ajayi, and I go to Oakland Tech, and I'm a member of Real Hard's by Oakland Kids First. I've spent a lot of time after school in Real Hard, and I'm here to just say that what we built together was more than just a program. It was a safe space, a community, and a reason to stay after school and feel like that was somewhere that I belonged. I know Real Hard isn't the only one that's being cut. There are so many different creative clubs / organizations that you're taking down. And to be honest, it hurts. Because these programs aren't just these programs are a place where we found our voice and our confidence and our people. And Real Hard, we pushed each other to be better. We showed up on days we didn't feel like it. We supported each other, and we had developed so many skills that we weren't taught in the classrooms. By cutting these programs, you are doing a disservice to us and our growth after high school. If you cut these programs, you don't really care about us or any of the Oakland students who attend these programs. So please don't cut our programs and represent us students. Thank you.
My name is Alea, and I want you guys to keep the after school open for sports so I can play flag football.
All right, so for the remaining, I'll call the next five is Sheila Haynes, Anna Benvenu, Soretta Musante, John Jones III, and let me see, Fom Caro Saiteort.
After this will be the last of the public speakers. We do need to move on. I know that people have a lot to say. I appreciate all the emails. I'm trying to respond to them. But you can also respond to us, again, sending us emails. I think we all read them. Yeah, so these will be our last speakers on this topic.
So President Brohard, especially given the crowd that we have today and the reason we know why everyone's here, I would like to move that we extend public comment for an extra 45 minutes.
I second.
Would you have a suggestion of what to knock off the agenda for tonight? That's what we're going to have to be able to, which I'm not opposed to doing that.
I made a motion. If you want to debate the motion, that's fine. I made a motion, and actually it's your responsibility to set the agenda in a workable way, and we are here to serve the community. And so again, we have a motion and a second to extend public comment on non-agenda items by an extra 45 minutes.
So it sounds like we have a motion on the table. Can we get a roll call for a vote for this item?
Yeah, Madam Vice President, would you determine whether or not there's any further debate?
Any other board members want to comment on this item of extending the board, extending the public comment on this item for 45 minutes?
Hearing none, I will call the roll.
I think Director Latta was speaking. Go ahead, Director Latta.
Yeah, I mean, I think I want to make time for everyone to speak. I do also wonder if we can have a conversation about how to change the order of the agenda then, because I do want to make sure that we have also our, we have PSEC here, we have our student board report. I know that there was a request to have superintendent report earlier, so I'm wondering if we can, and we do have to have our public hearings, so I'm wondering if we can add additional time at the end of the meeting.
So, Mr. Rakestraw, am I correct to say that?
Let me just say this. The public hearings are statutorily required.
Right.
We must have those public hearings as noticed. And you also have certain business items on the board's agenda, which if not done tonight, district cannot function.
Right.
So I would recommend that the board consider basically following its agenda printed order for the business items, particularly those that are voting, so that the district does not cease to function if we run out of time on tonight. I respect, your right to change the order of the agenda, but if we don't get to certain voting items tonight, we will not function. But on the pending motion, I would suggest it has to be disposed of in some form. So it's either a vote up or down on the issue, or if somebody makes a motion to table this or postpone it or anything of that nature, that also could occur.
And just another clarification question. We've already passed the modification, the item for modifications to the agenda. So could we still modify the agenda per your recommendation, or would we have to?
Yeah, the president always has the authority under the bylaws to change the agenda order, and it's not just one time. You can do that throughout the meeting. But,
Thank you. Thank you. Any other board directors have?
I'd like to amend that to 20 minutes instead of 45.
Are the authors amenable to 20 minutes versus 45 minutes?
That's not a friendly amendment, and I don't know why there's a conversation about not having the community speak, limiting the time, or asking them to wait 4 hours till the end of the meeting. So we had a very clear motion on the floor. Given that there were over 70 people that signed up for public comment, we moved to extend it by 45 minutes to give our families who showed up an opportunity to speak.
The
Director Simmons.
The student board report, we don't have to do the student board report tonight.
Yeah, we both agreed that we could remove it off the agenda today to allocate more time for the public comment.
I appreciate that. Thank you so
much. Madam Vice President, are you ready for the motion?
Yes, I just want to say that does cut some time into our agenda, and I want to thank the student board directors for their leadership on that. And yes, go ahead and take roll call for that vote, please.
On the motion to extend public comment, current public comment, an additional 45 minutes. Student Director Simmons.
Yes.
Student Director Vasquez.
Yes.
Director Latter.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes, sir.
Director Hutchinson?
Yes.
Director Barry?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor?
No.
President Brohart is absent. The motion is adopted. Public comment is extended an additional 45 minutes.
Thank you. So can you read the next set of speakers, Mr. Hollis?
All right. Let me see. Where did I leave off at? Here. Tayana Chi, Leon Skies, Enma Lopez, Lucas Barek Masener, and Krista Tomi.
Folks would come up to the mic as soon as their name is called. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Pham. I am the Ibesi Family Advocate at Manzanita Community School. I operate the Family Resource Center we have on campus. As part of the after-school program, the Family Resource Center was established due to the pandemic. We serve majority Black and brown students, newcomer families, and unhoused foster families. Since the start of school, we've already had over 3,500 visits. Our families depend on the food pantry, clothing and shoes, hygiene products, and computer lab we provide. In addition to the Family Resource Center, we have established a Parent Leadership Council which engages families to participate in school activities and events, as well as make decisions regarding what's best for their students' education. After-school program started with 80 students, and with the support of the ELOP funding, we were able to expand and now serve 150 students with an active wait list. It would be detrimental to their well-being if they were to lose something like this. Please think of the children and save our after-school programs.
My name is Tanya, and I work with Ibesi for the last 4 years, and I am also here on my son's last day of his school orchestra concert, so thank you for that. I am speaking on behalf of my first grade classroom. Thank you, Carrie. I am speaking on behalf of my first grade classroom. You guys are mean and you guys stink. That's what they think of all of you. Yeah, they don't like you right now. And right now, I don't know why you want to cut our school budget. These kids deserve to be seen, so when they come up here, please look at them, all right? You want to cut the budget? Cut your own budget. You want to sit in those big comfy chairs? We elected you in those big comfy chairs. We can recall you out of them. All right? So please give our students and our teachers what they deserve. We put you up in that seat, Mike. You forget that. All of y'all, we put you up there. All right? So do not cut our school budget. Do not, no, I don't care if you look at me that way. Do not call our after school budget. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Enma López, soy madre líder del grupo de Manzanita Comunidad. Soy madre y voluntaria de Ibesi y el grupo con Youth Together. No recorten los fondos del programa después de la escuela y otros programas, por favor. Son muy importantes para nuestros estudiantes, para el aprendizaje y enseñanza. Y familias, al no tener dichos programas, ya no van a tener un deporte para entretenimiento y divertirse. No quiero más violencia, más jóvenes en la calle. Los lugares no serán seguros y su nivel académico será más bajo. Por favor, no recorten los fondos. Me preocupa que esto afecte a mi familia y a la comunidad. Gracias.
Mr. De La Torre, if you can help for translation, please. Mr. De La Torre?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Hi, good evening. My name is Ms. Lopez, and I'm here just to ask you to please to not record the funds for that to support the students. The students are going to be low in the learning and also in the sports. They also need the sports to continue. I don't want more violence, and I don't want students on the street. If you cut this, the academic performance is going to be low. I want this to the students to have these resources. Please do not cut this fund for the students.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Aura Cucum. Soy mamá de estudiantes de Skyline del programa Después de Escuela Joe Tuger. Hoy estoy aquí para pedirles que no quiten el apoyo del programa, que es de mucho beneficio y apoyo para los jóvenes, nuestros hijos. Yo como madre única responsable de mis hijos me siento tranquila que ellos estén en el programa aprendiendo mientras yo trabajo, ya que si quitan el programa tengo temor que ellos pasen tiempo más solos y más tiempo en el teléfono o juegos. El programa ellos tienen apoyo y están pendientes de la seguridad y nos ayudan a nosotros como padres informándonos sobre las notas de ellos y les pedimos por favor de todo corazón que nos colaboren. Necesitamos ese apoyo, no queremos jóvenes más en las calles porque estos jóvenes que están en los programas son jóvenes de beneficio y futuro para el país. Gracias.
Ms. Walker Marquez, if you can help interpret, please.
Hello, my name is Aura Cucun. I am a mother of students in Skyline in the program Youth Together. And I want to ask you to please do not defund our programs. This is support for our youth. And as a mom who is their only resource, it's very important for me to know that they are in this place when I'm working. That way I'm not afraid that they're going to be by themselves, that they're going to be on their phone, that they're going to be playing video games. This program, after school program, gives them safety and gives them help academically. So please, I don't want to see young people on the streets, and the young people are the future of our country. So please don't cut these funds. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Krista Toomey. I'm a 6th grade teacher at Roosevelt Middle School. And I'm also honored to be the Middle School 2025-26 Teacher of the Year. I'm here to support IBASI because IBASI supports us in so many incredible ways at Roosevelt, and I cannot say enough good things about them. The IBASI staff is an integral part of our school. They provide a safe, enriching, and essential program, and I cannot stress enough the importance of having a safe place for our students to be after school and what this means to their families. You just heard from their family what this means to their families, especially for our most vulnerable and hardest working families. In addition to what you might think of as your traditional after-school program, they do a clothing closet, they do a food pantry, and last and most importantly, when you're thinking about budget, they support us with attendance. So without their support for attendance, our attendance would be so much worse than it is right now. So please consider what this means to our school.
Good afternoon. First of all, it's Leon Sykes. Somebody said skies. That burns my bubbles. But I'm Leon Sykes. I'm a full-time OUSD teacher, a parent, a co-advisor of the Black Student Union at Fremont High School, a former after-school instructor, and most importantly, a proud product of after-school programs. These programs saved me. They gave me the safety when the streets didn't. They introduced me to journalism, radio broadcasting, which became the foundation of what I teach to this day. I am now a credentialed CTE teacher using these same skills to teach Oakland youth. So when I hear about cutting after-school programs by up to 80%, I don't just hear budget talk. I hear the doors closing on kids like I once was. These programs are lifelines for Black, brown, Asian, immigrant, and low-income families. They provide food, care, mentorship, and opportunity. Cutting them is more harmful. Reverse these cuts, protect our youth, support our families. Thank you.
Hello, board. My name is Lucas Brecky Meisner. I am an OUSD graduate, executive director of Oakland Kids First, and a parent of an OUSD student. You've heard from the community. I know that y'all don't actually want to cut after school. I would urge you to listen to the people and make it happen. I agree that cutting from the top is important, but I also think it's important that we develop our policies in ways that are not open to the level of interpretation that could then result in this possibility. And I also, just as a message to the central office, don't play politics with restricted funds. It's a waste of our time when we know these funds can't be repurposed for anything else anyways. And we should be expanding after school, not crossing it out on a balance sheet. So listen to the community, listen to the parents, the young kids, and make it right. Whatever needs to be done, make it right. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Aaron Kim Wise. I work as an after-school mentor with eBasie at Roosevelt. In my time as an after-school mentor with eBasie, I've witnessed the ways in which kids are given an opportunity to blossom and grow in ways that they are simply not afforded to in a classroom. I've seen kids learn how to cook. I've seen kids be active. I've seen them learn how to socialize with friends. I've seen them form loving, lasting relationships with mentors and be given opportunity to feel as though they can be comfortable and open in themselves. At our school, and at all schools, after-school programs are the backbone of every school event, every field trip, every enriching activity. Without eBasie, without after-school, not only would kids lose an integral, structured, and valuable place to be themselves, to be kids, schools would lose an invaluable partner in success. I imagine that every single person in this room wants the same thing, for our students to flourish and thrive. And I believe that we cannot give our students the full ability to do so without after-school programs. eBasie and after-school programs are a shining light at schools. They are purveyors of community, a place of belonging, a method of growing, as are all after-school programs. I strongly urge you to reconsider the budget cut and choose to help our students flourish. Thank you.
Madam President, there is a speaker online, that's Sheila Haynes. Allow them to speak.
Good evening, everyone here, and all the parents and all the young children in here. I value your time, but please.
I'm sorry, we have an online speaker that's starting right now. Do you want to just hold on 1 second? Then, yeah, thank you.
Hello?
No, stay here.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm not sure if you heard me that good earlier, but I found out that the process of this $1 million block grant for music that was taken wasn't properly followed. And so, as I was trying to say earlier, I sent the email to you, President Brohard, and I'm asking the board to rescind these actions. And redo the process that doesn't violate the Brown Act. And instead of taking away music services, just provide them, because there's lots of money that's available for our children. And before you do things, to think about how it's going to affect our children, because the $1 million benefits thousands of students. And as I shared with you guys, my son music is the only way for him to focus and learn expression and gain other skills, while providing necessary consistency that he and all children deserve. And so we're asking for you to rescind these actions and follow the proper procedures, and also get back to us about our request for music language in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say, for the after school for you guys, just mean eBasie mean after school for you guys, but for me it's a life and the future. Because I'm the low-income family, I have to go to work, and then I alive. And then on the eBasie after school, they help me to change my future. They help me to be a better person. I don't say I'm homeless, but I stay at home to take care of my children. I go to school, I become the teacher. I help the family, the community. Right now, I advocate for my young children. Everyone in here, we want to do the action. And then can you guys help us? Some of the My teacher over there, they burn out because they don't know where next year what happened for them. Because they had the passion, they want to help the community, they want to help the young children. You don't want to spend a lot of money to fix the problem in the future. Please help us, please.
All right, next speakers listed are Katili Lau, Kathy Thatch, Caesar Cruz, Linda Ellie, Tanisa Harris.
School Board, my name is Dr. Cesar Cruz, and for 34 years of my life, I've been involved in education. I am one of the caretakers of an organization called Homies Empowerment that was born as an after-school program at Fremont High School and at Castlemont High School. I'm also a proud OUSD parent with students that are currently at Life Academy and at Oakland High and previously at UPA. I have seen firsthand the power of Oakland Leaf, of Youth Together, of UBASI, and a lot of other programs. The thing about it is that when we say after school, it almost feels like an afterthought. But there are multiple intelligence and multiple ways that young people learn. And when they get exposed to art, music, sports, and other kinds of learning, it develops the brain. We say that as a district, we're a sanctuary. After school is a sanctuary. You're not the enemy. The enemy is capitalism. The enemy is the federal government. And as a sanctuary, you have an opportunity to protect us. So protect us. Thank you.
Hello, directors. My name is Tanisha Harris. I am a product of OUSD. I am a parent. I'm a sister mother. I never thought, not until the last 5 years, that I would have to use the after-school program. You know what changed in my life is that I started raising my siblings, and I was a single mother. Had 8 children, high school all the way down to elementary, and I relied on after-school programs so that I can have a regular 9 to 5. Most of us have a regular 9 to 5. So in the midst of that, what is going to happen with our children if you end that after school program? Will our elementary and middle school children have to walk home? Will they have to walk home? That's dangerous. So for you to really take this away from our families, you know, and our children, you're setting up them for the prisoner pipeline. So I don't understand how that is an option when it comes to our children, to our future. Cut other things. Like they said, cut your salary. But don't cut our children. It should be focused on our children. We continue to make the wrong choices and not focus on our students.
Good evening, Board of Directors. My name is Kathy Thatch, and I'm a staff, and I am part of Youth Together. The Youth Center provides a space for students to feel safe, feel seen, and build community with each other. We serve about 120 students daily, and even more during the school day. I'm here tonight to urge you to please rescind the resolution, and this resolution will impact after-school services for over 9,000 students and families in OUSD. Thank you for consideration.
Good evening. I'm Linda Ely, and my daughter is in kindergarten at ICS. My husband and I rely on the Oakland Leaf after-school program to be able to work and support our family. We need you to restore funding to after-school programs immediately, whatever it takes. As I understand it, these cuts are based on the resolution directing alternative budget adjustments. Was this really your intended outcome? If you balance the OUSD budget by slashing after school, please understand that you are creating a new budget deficit for my household and many like ours, not to mention the cost to student learning and well-being that would be paid by my daughter and her classmates. I have also heard these cuts are from restricted funding, meaning there would be no savings to reduce the deficit. If that is true, this decision makes no sense. Who is responsible for this decision? Who's benefiting from it? Why did I hear about it secondhand from our after-school provider instead of directly from the responsible party? Please reverse these cuts. Please also recognize that all the turmoil and confusion we have experienced in the last 6 months damages OUSD's reputation, which means we continue to lose students and the resources that follow them. Thank you.
All right. President Brohard, the next 5 names are Chiquise Steffens, Morgan Phillips, Diego Rivera Garcia, Rodney Kilpatrick, and Guadalupe Gomez.
Hi, I'm Kaylee from Lincoln Elementary. First off, I like to say that what the school board is doing is wrong. It is not right for them to take any after-school programs. The school board is not thinking about the causes and effects. If they do this and go through with it, taking away 80% of after-school programs budget, we need our after-school programs because they help us with our academic work, and if there's no after schools, we won't have any academic help with our homework and any of our schoolwork. Parents have jobs so they can make money for their families, and they don't have time to pick up their kids from after school right away when school ends. Please don't cut our budgets.
Good evening, Board of Directors. My name is Rodney Kirkpatrick, and I am a staff member with Youth Together. And I'm also at Skyline High School. I'm also a graduate from Skyline High School 2015. I've been a part of the after-school program since 2013, and because of it, I met some amazing people. It helped shape me into a better person and a role model for my little sisters. So I am urging you guys tonight to please rescind the resolution. This resolution will impact after-school services for 9,000 students and families in OUSD. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening. My name is Guadalupe Gomez. I'm parent liaison in the Skyline. I'm working with You Together. I'm representing the newcomers families from Skyline and all the OUSD. I have been working with families for the last 15 years, and I know the importance to supporting those families and after school. They need to learn. They need to learn how to navigate into the educational system. We are there for them. They need to get information about community resource. We are there for them. And we need to be every day for those students who are facing multiple violence, or they are facing problems in their houses. We need after-school programs. I'm here demanding to keep the after-school program. I'm here representing those families who are not able to come, or they are fair. So please keep the after-school program for those families. They need us. And it's no please, it's demanded. So we are here because we know our rights. We are ready to fight, and they deserve this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leia, and I'm in Ibesi from Lincoln Elementary School. And what I think you should not cut our funds. We should not cut after-school funds. I personally like my after-school program because they give us opportunities to learn, create friends, and help us with our homework, and much more. This program provides us snacks to eat. They help us build a community with our friends, teachers, and sometimes strangers. After-school programs also help us because sometimes parents can't pick us up for right after school because of work. So this helps them too. After-school programs provide a lot of things, so I don't see why you should cut our funds. And once again, we need after schools. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mila and a 5th grader at Lincoln Elementary. And after schools provide a safe and productive place for me to stay when my parents are at work. Without after schools, many hard-working parents will have to somehow afford rec centers and/or places for their child to stay at. If you go through with cutting 80% of the funds, many people will be jobless, many people will suffer, and many people will push themselves to the limit to buy food and a place to stay for their children. After schools provide a future for both children and adults. Please don't take that away.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have an accessibility issue here. We have Cantonese parents speaking. There's non-interpretation for them. They can't hear from the back, and we try to translate, so parents would like to speak with you all.
Hey, hi, my name's Dan Huang. I'm a single parent. I have 3 kids right now. They are in the elementary school. So I work 2 jobs right now. Because I have an after-school program, then I can go to work. So if the after-school program is discontinued, I will not be able to keep up with household expenses, which will affect my family ability to function properly in the future. I want you to increase funding to help us, not cut it, because our children are our future and we need a better result for them. Thank you.
Hello， 你好，我係叫 Ivy， 係芬基倫小學嘅家長。今日我請假過嚟呢邊參加今日嘅會議，但係我好失望，因為咧我一到過嚟嗰陣時，見到係好多亞裔嘅，但係而家基本上都係走晒啦。點解咧？佢聽唔到英文。咁大嘅會議，點解冇我哋亞裔嘅翻譯 ？Oakland 係一個多元化嘅社會，而且亞裔人數都好多。我參加好多呢一種嘅會議，但係都係冇翻譯。好多家庭都唔識英文。咁希望你尊重一下我哋需要英文。我聽講我嘅孩子將會有課後活動嘅計劃，完全打斷咗生活嘅計劃。我需要 EBC program school。Thank you.
My name's Ivy. I am the parent of the student at Franklin Elementary School. I took a leave to attend today's meeting, but I'm so disappointed about today because why is there no translator for us Asian in such a large meeting? Oakland is the diverse community with a large numbers of Asian. I have attended many such a meeting and there are no translators. Many families do not speak English. Because they leave meeting because no translator. They cannot understand about that. I hope you can respect us. We need translator. I heard that my child will no longer have after-school program, which will completely interrupt his life plan. And we need EBC after-school program. Thank you.
你好，我叫三尾灣。我有3個 BB 喺 Franklin EBC After School Program。如果沒有他們的照顧和教育，我們的孩子怎麼辦？無法工作，我將沒有工作，沒有金錢個來源。我冇錢交房租，我唔想做 homeless。我希望你哋可以解決 我的問題，而不是增加困難。多謝。
My name is Sammy Huang. I have 3 children without their after EBC after school program and without their care and my kids EBC to help us educate our children. I won't be able to go to the work and have no source of income. So how can I pay the rent? I don't want to be homeless. I hope you can solve our problems instead of making them more difficult. Thank you.
我叫丁先富，我係單身媽咪，我有3個小朋友。我最細個小朋友係 Franklin EBC， 我個小朋友仲係 IEP。如果沒有 EBC 計劃教育幫助我個小朋友，我將辭職喺屋企照顧佢，我將失去經濟來源，我的孩子將失去佢個朋友，佢都沒有快樂，佢將回到唔中意講話嘅時候，唔要搞我個小朋友。
My name is Ding Xin Fu. I am a single mom. I have 3 children. My youngest child is in Franklin EBC program. My child is still in IEP. If there is no EBC program, help and educate him, I will have to quit my job and stay home to take care of him. I will lose my source of income, and my child will also lose his friend, his happiness, and he will go back to the time when he didn't like to talk. Don't bother my kid.
你哋好，我叫Angel， 我有2個小朋友都係 EBC 嘅學生。我哋嘅小朋友咧好中意 EBC。我個第一個小朋友入 EBC 嗰時咧係1個月咧係花30蚊1個月嘅，依家咧係唔使錢，但係咧我唔希望我個小朋友冇咗 EBC。所以咧，我哋情願俾錢，我哋都需要 EBC， 我哋支持 EBC。 希望唔好 cancel EBC。 Thank you。
Okay. Okay. 你有冇寫嗰張紙？Okay. My name's Angel. I have 2 children. My kids joined EBC before we have to pay, but now even though we don't pay, but we still want to have the EBC after school program for our kids. 跟住仲有咩啊？30蚊1個月，但係依家咧我唔想取消 EBC， 我情願俾錢。Okay, even though they need to pay before, I still want to keep EBC. I can pay, but 跟住咧，請唔好取消 EBC。Okay, don't cancel EBC after school program.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Shaquise. I am a proud parent of a student at MPA Primary. She spoke earlier. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to urge you to keep OUSD sports and after-school programs open. These programs are not extras as some people might look at it. They are essential to our students. They give our children a safe place to go, help them build confidence, teach them teamwork and discipline, and often they keep them engaged in school when the classroom alone isn't enough. Sometimes my daughter gets bored in the classroom. She needs after-school program. Cutting these programs will hit our most vulnerable students the hardest. For many after-school activities and sports programs are where our students, such as my child, find mentorships, motivation, a sense of belonging because she feels like she's a part of a team. Growing up in Oakland and being a proud OUSD graduate, I graduated from Fremont High School. We talk a lot about equity and opportunity, but now it's our time to stand on it. It's our time to show these kids, specifically mine, that we're not giving up on them. Do not cut these programs. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Deanna Grant Curtis. I am the Assistant Director for EBAC, and I am a proud parent of 2 current OUSD students and 2 more incoming, hopefully. So I'm here. I know you guys keep hearing keep the schools open. I mean the after school programs open and running, but I want you to know that it's more than just after school as mentioned before. That's why it's called expanded learning. This is just an extension of the day where they get more opportunities and exposures to different enrichments. I have been blessed in 15 years of working in the expanded learning community to hire 8 of my former students. I work at an elementary school, so the impact that we make is great enough for them to come back 10, 15 years later and still want to come and contribute what they got from us. So I hope that you guys understand that that impact is huge. It lasts for the rest of your life when it's done right. And the only way we can do it right is with the proper funding. And then I want to keep going back to what Oscar Wright said. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about the children. And then again, the children today is who sacrifice their time so that we can speak, and they always have to sacrifice, and it should be over. That should be done. It's us. It's our turn to sacrifice for them. Thank you.
Okay, next 5 speakers are Aurora Kukum, Avery Mckalid, Avila A, Xing Boy, Mana Quintanilla.
Testing, testing. Hello. Good evening to you, the Honorable Board of Directors. You are not my enemy. So my name is Avery Michalide. My wife and I are raising 5 children in Oakland. The 2 youngest of them, Amun and Judah, they go to Laurel Elementary, and they make use of the after-school program. I have a full-time job. My wife uses any free time she can to rest, rejuvenate, and generate some extra income. So it's an incredible blessing to us having the after-school program available. As my brother mentioned earlier, brother from another mother, he mentioned that they're restricted funds, I'm sure, as you know, for after school. So cutting them just means they go away. They don't actually affect the bottom line. So it sounds like there was a mistake, which is understandable. And I would just urge you, the board, to rectify that mistake very swiftly so that we can start the next school year off with the proper funding for after school. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mariana Quintanilla. I'm the Expanded Learning Industry Director for Bay Area Community Resources. I am also a leadership team member of the California After School Network and a steering committee member for the California After School Advocacy Alliance. I believe it is important to always assume best intentions. So today I'm thinking that you are in the middle of a big misunderstanding. Expanded learning funding is restricted, as you have heard before, and can only be used for after-school, before-school intersessions and summer programs. These funds can only be used directly to serve students during out-of-school time. Nothing less and nothing more. It is not possible to adjust your budget by reducing the funds the district is receiving from the federal and the state. It cannot happen. California right now is investing over $5 billion in after-school funding, and you cannot just decide to deprive your citizens, your residents, for this funding. Please inform yourself better about restricting funding and rescind your decision and look back at how can you make your bottom line work, but you cannot just decide to send money back to the state because you will never get it back. And as a matter of fact, the May budget revise that is just proposed is increasing after-school funding with $500 million. Please inform yourself better and take the right decisions. Thank you.
Excuse me, we have a speaker. Excuse me, we have a speaker. Directors. We have a speaker and his child at the podium.
Good evening, Board of Directors. My name is Zen. I'm a proud community member, parent, staff member, and a former OUSD student. I work as an academic case manager at Skyline High School, and I'm part of Youth Together. I grew up in this district. I spent time in a group home, and after-school programs were my lifeline. They gave me meals when I had none, mentors when I felt alone, and places to feel safe. Now, as a parent and educator, I see how deeply our students still need support. I'm here tonight asking to please rescind Resolution 2425-0084. Cutting after-school programs would take away critical services from 9,000 students and families who depend on them every day. Please don't take that lifeline away. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers are Lopez and Enma, Jima Quetzal, Shin Kong Wick, Mike Calhoun, and last name Grant Curtis. They may have already spoken.
Hello, my name is Hema Quetzal. I'm a former student director, OUSD alum, and former student board member on the State Board of Education in California, appointed by the governor in 2019. I'm not here to talk about the cuts to after-school program. My fellow community members have said it all. This instead is a message to every single adult who works in OUSD. The school board is always fighting. OUSD leadership is always fighting. The unions are always fighting. Our kids are the only ones consistently demonstrating unity in this district. You have elementary school kids, middle school students, and high school students constantly coming to these school board meetings to fight for the basic things. You're all out here, every single person, not just the school board, all OUSD staff is out here fighting each other when they should be fighting the state and federal government right now. They're the ones who consistently divest from our Oakland students. That's why we're in these problems. But instead, OUSD adults are just fighting each other. Do better. Your enemies are at the state and federal level, not here.
Good evening. My name is Chen Kongwick. I am the point person overseeing the Yes Sports program. For the first time in history, I am very proud of Oakland Unified School District because we are a school district that are leading the way of sports equity. Other California districts are looking upon us of an example, and moments like this is not an example. As an Oakland resident and a taxpayer and a voter, of 2 votes, by the way. It's really disappointing, and in times like this, I can't stay back and stay behind. Moments like this is where you stand up and speak up, because as a union UOS members, it's also, this after-school funding cut impacts across the board, and I can't stay silent. As a leader, as a human being, and as a good citizen, I plead you to just listen. And please come and visit us and talk to us, because we're really friendly folks.
Good evening. My name is Mike Calhoun. I'm with the Expanded Learning Department. Nearly 28 years ago, I was a student board member on this district. And it's disheartening that as things have changed, much has remained the same. Discord, dishonesty, and mistrust from the community to those that were elected to make the most conducive decisions that will positively impact our young people. Do you know that of the district's 35,000 students, 18,000 are served daily in the expanded learning department? 18,000, that's more than half. And so it's disheartening that as a district who positions ourselves as a full-service community school here to service the entire family and the entire student, that we make decisions that impact those who are the most vulnerable. But the joy in this is that behind me stand the community service partners, parents, and students who are showing up, standing up, and who are refusing to take this lying down. What you see behind me is called accountability. Please find some for yourselves.
Hello, my name is Kumi Raouf. I'm the proud father of this beautiful 5-year-old right here. Obviously, reducing aftercare programming by 80% was an unintended result of the school board cuts, right? It was a mistake. We all make mistakes in life, but what I've learned is that it's not so much the mistake that matters, it's what you do afterward that shows your true character. So you have a unique opportunity to show us all your true character by rescinding these cuts for aftercare and all the programming it's going to affect. There's an African proverb I want to leave you with. Don't look at where you fell, look at where you slipped. And where you slipped was not working together as a unit like you're supposed to, not working together as a unit to represent the necessities of a people, the people that are standing right here in this room. Thank you.
Don't take away aftercare.
Right there.
President Brohard. Next 5 speakers are Jorge Lerma, Jake Beeman, Laura Medina, Asada Olagbala, Leah Helly.
Good afternoon.
Just a second, Mr. Lerma. We're at the time. Is there a motion to extend the time for public comment? Let's take these last 5 speakers and then that'll be it.
Thank you. Just 2 items. I'm here to support the United Administrators of Oakland in their concern about asking you to condemn and place sanctions on all forms of violence, harassment, antisocial behavior amongst employees, personnel, staff, and just people walking off the street. Too many of our administrators have been approached and confronted with thuggish, goonish behavior. It's time to say no. The strongest person at every school site starts with having a strong administrator. We stand up when there's a problem, when there's good things, when there's bad things, the administrator is there. So I want to support that. And being a substitute principal, I just came off of an assignment at Sankofa where these issues were present. The other one is repeal and replace resolution. Thank you.
My name is Jake Beeman. I once told my wife there wasn't anything I'd be willing to do to miss a Warriors playoff game, but I think today is it. And the only way I could come here and get here by 6 is my daughter was in after school. So I work for Playworks. We've been in OUSD for the past couple decades. We provide safe and healthy play at our Oakland schools. And I'm asking the board to rescind the decision for the recent cut applied to all funds. Like what was so eloquently said before, what I think is very misguided is that the cuts were applied to all funds, including restricted state grant funds, where cutting spending doesn't help Doesn't help spend down the Oakland budget gap, since unspent funds would then go back to the state. We're hearing this from school principals, and this would cut after-school programs and Playworks, and programs like Playworks almost in half or more. I look across, I see it says community schools. After school is what makes communities. People that you can relate to, people that can help you, people that teach you how to play soccer or make you feel like you're included when the school day doesn't feel like it always does. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Laura Medina Quintanar. I am also here with Playworks, and I don't know how much more there is to say after you just heard directly from the students that you are up there meant to be representing. So I just want to say that I understand that budgets are complicated and difficult and tight, and that tough decisions need to be made, but tough decisions still need to be smart. They need to be thoughtful. And from where you're sitting, above all, they need to center these students, these communities that you are meant to represent. Save our after-school programs.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. Thank you. As you can see, I just came from my Latinx graduation at Berkeley City College. Thanks to Peralta. Thanks to Laney, thanks to Alameda, thanks to all of you guys for your hard work. But I'm the girl that lives between Garfield and Roosevelt Middle School. I'm the ghetto girl that has seen the hood, ups and downs, good and bad. I'm the girl that has risen. You know, I just graduated, but instead of celebrating with my family, I had to worry about my 3 siblings, Jacob, Victoria, Sabrina, and my mother, who works tirelessly every day just to put money on the table and make sure her kids are safe in school and stuff like that. So I'm the girl that lives between these schools that you will affect, whatever the decision is. I know that these kids will rise above it, but it's your obligation to do your part to support us. There's enough of us in prison. There's enough of us in the streets. There's enough of us. Support us, for real. It's necessary. It's necessary for people like me to graduate. Thank you.
I put a speaker card in and my name was not called.
We don't have enough time. I'm really sorry. I want to, hear from everybody again. There's a motion to extend it.
Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. So I'm going to tell you, my name is Dan Schmitz, and I'm a volunteer at Garfield School. I'm a neighbor. I'm not a parent. My child has gone through Oakland schools, but I'm a concerned neighbor. And I went over to Garfield School when I was running a youth program with the Youth Employment Partnership because I knew that that school was going to have a garden that was going to be untended. And I had a group of kids that were looking for experience to help in those kind of situations. And so I took the children there to help them rebuild a garden. After I left my employment with the Youth Employment Partnership, I stayed helping the garden because people like Nikita and Jonathan and Fernando, I saw the tremendous work that they were doing with the youth there. And it just struck me. I saw the generations of volunteers that they have there, from the parents to the younger children that are volunteering with their siblings, with their cousins, with their neighbors. And it was so compelling to me that I stayed on. And not only that, I'm raising my own money. I'm writing grants, I'm getting partners, we're planting trees. We're doing all this work because I recognize how strapped Oakland schools are. So why in the world, and shame on you that you would cut money that can't be used for anything else but supporting these people who spent generations building these kinds of programs to create a supportive community for our youth?
Okay, next on the agenda is the PSAC report.
Can I say something regarding this, please? Hi, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well in this very long meeting. It is very unusual for me to talk on the board meetings aside when I do my board reports or when I ask the board members to watch their actions. But there is a new issue that has been presented to us that I wanted to discuss, and that is the defunding of all contracts. This issue was presented to me by concerned parents, community members, teachers, and after-school programs that are here tonight with us, which is concerning considering the fact that I'm a board director. I'm fully against defunding these programs. Growing up, my mother and father would work late in the day and couldn't pick me up at the usual 3:30 schedule. What helped them not stress about leaving work early was leaving me in the care of the after-school program instructors who would work in my elementary and middle school. I love staying in these after-school programs. In my child's self-brain, I found it a good opportunity to be with my friends a little bit longer. But for my parents, it was also a blessing. My parents are immigrants who came to this country not knowing a bit of English. My parents never were able to help me with my homework, let alone teach me much, because they didn't understand English. Not only did they sign me up for these programs because they couldn't pick me up from school, but also they wanted me to receive help and guidance from qualified adults who knew English to assist me with my schoolwork. Without them, I wouldn't have passed any of my classes. Not just that, but I also found a community that cared about me and also cared about my parents. In a world where my parents felt isolated, they felt welcomed by the staff. I remember my after-school program teacher till this day, which says a lot about her impact in my life. Ms. Dominique taught me many things, but also treated me like her daughter. I hope she's watching this and knows that I still think about her. There are many programs that are not just about helping kids with their homework. Some programs help these young students to learn and develop skills they never thought they'd achieve. There are also summer programs available for kids and teens, which I also participated in. This includes ACC, All City Council, which both Director Simmons and I represent. This resolution is affecting all contracts. This includes ours, which with companies that provide support for our printers, materials, buses, provide support for students to improve their networking skills, being able to promote ACC, etc. The majority of our OUSD families are low income and usually work 2 jobs that make both ends meet. The majority of our OUSD students are first gen and are trying to find ways to make their future better and attend college. Getting rid of one of the major helps that they have is not going to resolve anything. So as a student who is a product from these programs and is also speaking to you all, please reconsider this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Vasquez. In response to the community, I'm going to quickly move my president's report to this section here. This resolution reflected years of conversations with staff, families, community members, and labor partners who voiced deep concerns about excessive contract costs and unmet student needs. Unfortunately, the outcome was not what we intended. I was angry to see after-school programs and field trips cut, programs essential to student learning, safety, and well-being. These cuts deeply harmed students. This was never our intent, and the district leadership knew that. It was especially shocking to hear that ELOP, the Extended Learning Opportunities Program funds, legally restricted for extended learning, were reduced. After-school programs provide meals, academic support, and safe spaces for students while helping working families. These programs should have been protected. Despite these setbacks, I stand firmly by the spirit of the resolution to make our spending more accountable and centered on student outcomes. The Contract Review Task Force remains in place, and I'm committed to reforming how contracts are approved and evaluated to ensure that they deliver real value to our students. I fully intend to continue developing an alternative budget that will actively engage with staff, students, families, labor partners, and communities to revise this resolution, ensuring it is both clear and feasible to implement, and it centers our students. Change is hard and imperfect, but necessary. I've been a part of OUSD for 40 years as a parent, a teacher, and now a board director. I have always put students first, whether in my classroom or on the board, and I always will. I urge my fellow board members to collaborate respectfully as we move forward. We must restore critical student programs and stay true to our goal, a budget that truly puts students at the center. I fully intend to keep developing a student-centered budget and will actively engage with staff, students, labor partners, families, and community members to accomplish this. Thank you. And next,
Another board member's remark.
comments on the president's report.
So
PSAC, would you like to come up,
Student
please?
Director Simmons asked a comment. I heard Director Barry over Zoom. And if you're just going to say under your breath, I'm changing the agenda and doing my report now, then not only does the community get to speak on it, but I want board comments on it right now, especially since what you just said
I'm sorry,
was
Director Simmons,
categorically
do you have a
false.
comment?
And you didn't address anything about the resolution you wrote, you passed, and now you refuse to take responsibility over. So I'm going to wait for board comments now, and I'm not going to let you lie to my community anymore going forward. Those days are over.
I have never lied to the community. Director Simmons, do you have a comment?
I just have a couple of questions. So you guys came up with this resolution. You guys wrote this resolution for a new budget alternative and didn't know what you guys were cutting? Why? That I just it just doesn't make any sense to me as to why you guys are proposing a resolution and then you don't, for a new budget alternative that affects thousands of people, and you don't know what programs you're cutting, where the money is going, and I'm speaking off a whim when I say this, but if you guys, I genuinely feel like if you guys would have worked as a collective, as a unit, as 9 people, including me and Director Vasquez, then this would have turned out a lot greater. And speaking on tonight, after seeing you guys get frustrated when there wasn't enough time on the agenda for public comment, that's infuriating, honestly. Seeing you guys get frustrated when it was our fault that there's 75 speakers here tonight. That doesn't make any sense. And then we don't want to give them enough time to speak. In my mind, our community is the priority because they're here, because they're just now being updated that these cuts are coming to their programs. And don't respond and say that we're just now being updated, because I know that isn't true. I know it isn't true. So don't say that, and don't get frustrated when our community is coming out here with questions and concerns because they're not properly communicated with.
The math isn't mathing.
That doesn't make any sense. And I've sat on the board with a leveled head, and I've never gotten frustrated. I've never raised my voice. I've never done any of that, and it's so hard because I hear you guys lie every night. Every night. And that's sickening. It's sickening. Honestly. I don't even want to sit up here with you guys because it's a bad rep. It's a bad rep. When people ask me what I do, I don't even want to tell them I'm on the board. Because we're not taken seriously. That's it. Thank you.
You want to say anything?
Thank you. And President Bohart, I appreciate your statement because I think it allows clarity for the situation. So again, from my perspective as a co-author of this resolution, what I was attempting to do is provide staff with guidance as to what types of budget adjustments we would like to have in order to rein in our spending. Part of that was a cap on contracts. We specifically mentioned to our finance team that this was a soft cap. if they needed to add to that cap, they could come back to us so that we can make sure that we have the funding for those projects and to make sure that the funding did not touch the school sites. I want to make that extremely clear. We wanted to make sure that we were reining in contract spending that did not affect the school sites. This, as you hear, is the complete opposite of what staff have done. Now, again, I shouldn't be sitting up here and telling you that I don't know what's happening. I found out about this on May 9th. I had no idea that this was happening until principals started reaching out to me, until site reps started reaching out to me, until parents and students started reaching out to me. This is completely unacceptable. I have asked multiple times from senior leadership staff and our superintendent to be informed. I am shocked that I am just as uninformed as the rest of the community is, and I sit up on this dais. So I agree with you. I don't like to come here sometimes, because to me, it doesn't matter what we sit up here and do if staff continue to undermine the work that we do to support our students every single day. I am not a finger pointer. If I make a mistake, I own up to it, and I own up to the mistake, trusting staff to understand the guidance that we provided them. And I apologize for that. I should have made that more clear, and I will make that clear moving forward, especially with the new superintendent, who will actually work with us as the board. To another comment, to your comment about working together, I would love to work together as much as possible. Unfortunately, the Brown Act does not allow us to work together in that way. Director Barry and I have had multiple conversations as to maybe when all the chairs could get together to have an alignment across all of the committees so that we are working together. That is a Brown Act violation because that is for board members. So again, in these conversations, I would love budget and finance to be doing their job, to figuring out what are some of the challenges that we have in our budget and to making those corrections. Unfortunately, that committee hasn't done that work. So that's why we as a board, when we have these meetings and conversations, we can work together to figure out these issues. But if board members consistently try to disrupt board meetings to create their own social media content, that is the way in which we're going to not continue to do the work that we're doing.
One round of comments.
Just a reminder that I'm online.
Is she? I don't see her hand up. Director Hutchinson.
All right, y'all. Like, I hope everyone's been watching meetings for the last 2 months. It's all on the record on video. And what they call playing to social media, I call sharing the information of what happened in the meetings to thousands of people. Now, let's just recap what we just heard here. So after there was a fight to let public comment have more time, you saw how the president just moved her report right up to the front, no problem. Now, I really appreciate Director Simmons and Director Vasquez, their comments today. Because, man, we got a problem up here with just being able to tell the truth. And I know the three of us who are actually soon to be proud graduates of Oakland Public Schools are all saying the same thing up here. Now, it's wild to me that people who authored a resolution, pushed it through even though General Counsel and the Chief Business Officer advised them not to, then they wordsmith that resolution here on the dais after they couldn't pass it the first time because they hadn't done a fiscal impact analysis. Now, I have the documents that we were sent that laid out exactly how these cuts were going to look. I also, and many people have seen them, the correspondence between some of the directors and Lisa Grant Dawson. And it was shocking that these people think they can say, oh, I didn't know. They authored the resolution, y'all. They're the board leadership. They called every meeting and did this, and as you heard them just admit, They're also the ones responsible for forcing out our superintendent. Now, along with the superintendent, they forced out our chief business officer. So there's a reason why those people aren't here tonight. And man, like, I'm proud to be from East Oakland. I know a good hustle when I see it. This one ain't even a good one, y'all. Like, this is some weak sauce that I ain't ever seen here. And the nerve of these people when the community finally found out what they've done, and we had over $29 million frozen last week. Not a word from them. I had to write the resolution to repeal what they've done. I didn't hear one word for them up here tonight except to try to blame Lisa Grant Dawson and try to blame our superintendent. They actually expect the community's going to believe them over people who have put in decades and generations of work here. I'm offended. And the fact that they would clap while our community was coming up and speaking and pouring out their hearts, when those two are the ones responsible for it, along with the other two who voted with them. So let me just make something real clear for the folks who don't know. This ain't about us all getting along together. I done drove a lot of school board directors out of here. These ones will be next. We have 8 weeks to save our district. Otherwise, we'll have no superintendent, no after-school programs, and when we leave receivership on June 30th, on July 1st, we're going to be taken over again. It's up to you and us to change the school board. Nobody's going to come save us.
Director Hutchinson,
and if they
your
won't
time
serve
is up.
us, then we run them out of office
Are
like
there
that.
any other board comments?
My hand is raised.
Oh, Director Barry, I'm sorry.
No problem, thank you. And I'm sorry to take up even more space, and I will probably cough, but it does not feel right not to say this. I will actually accept that President Brohard and Vice President Batchelor, that both of you did not know that the resolution would look like this in implementation. I work with people every day who design policy and don't fully think through what it looks like in action, and I have a lot of grace for that. But in an effort to repair and move forward, I also want to name that in order for us to make this right, we can't just walk it back. Yes, we need to address the resolution, but we also need to acknowledge that we did have an opportunity to develop a resolution that not only met the key objectives that you intended, but also avoided this. And I think that responsibility falls on us as a board and on the authors. The truth is we didn't take the time to tighten the resolution. That's the truth. We were there. Multiple people on the dais asked for us to take the time, including me, including Lisa Grant Dawson. And if we can't acknowledge the specific actions we regret that led us to this moment, what we're saying is we're comfortable not changing our behavior and comfortable making similar decisions in the future because there is nothing here to correct. And so I just want to encourage us to actually take time to reflect on the full scope of actions that we need to change moving forward, and to be careful not to throw staff under the bus, because a lot of this responsibility does fall on what happened when we were developing this resolution. And I believe in the spirit of the resolution, but we got to make it right, and part of that is taking full accountability. Someone said it earlier. We have tough decisions to make, but tough decisions need to be smart.
Thank you. Director Lotta.
Thank you, Director Brohart. So, you know, I'm so happy to see the community out, actually, to really stand up and fight for what you believe in. I think it's necessary. That is a way of holding this board accountable. And we should have more community members engaged in the processes as we move forward. This particular resolution actually comes out of our board being forced to cut $95 million. We had to cut $95 million in January, and we lost over 15% of our workforce. Not only the after-school programs, and first, So first, I want to thank a few folks actually spoke to the fact that these are restricted funds. We can't cut restricted funds. We can't, it's already, they're identified for a particular purpose. Those funds cannot be cut. We can't authorize cutting that. Number two, if you actually, if we read the resolution itself, it does not direct the district to cut after school. It is not even in, if you read the resolution, it doesn't say that. And somebody has been hyping people up to just jump on a board. And the technique is called FUD. Fear, create uncertainty, and create doubt. And then try to clown everybody when they actually want to talk to you. Because the point is, and I would say to all of you, and whoever wants to read it, it's there. And it does not say anything about cutting after school restricted funds. That's real talk. The second part is, I had to go back, is we just cut $95 million in January. This board just got elected and brought in on January. The first thing was we had to cut $95 million. Guess how much we got to cut next year? $70 million. $70 million we got to cut next year. And it's up, yes, we have to make some decisions. So I'm glad that you're here. But what we did as a board was two things. Number one, we created a task force. We put a resolution to say we want community to look at the budget and actually start to find where the fat is. Start to have community conversations. We want our labor partners, our employees, to be a part of a task force with the young folks, with the community, to look at the budget. That's it. That's in the resolution. The second part was we created this resolution to say there are some things that we're concerned with. Let me give you an example. Our paraeducators, we contract out for paraeducators. Why aren't we working in-house for paraeducators? There are so many particular services that can go in-house and feed the families. Our classifieds make $17 an hour.
Director Williams, your
we
time
should
is
be
up.
talking more about that. So I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that, it came out bad. The intent was good to actually have a conversation, but we got tricked up and thinking that the first thing it's going to cut is the after school, and that's not the intent of this. I will sit on that. That is not the intent. Number two, lastly, whenever you put in this resolution, we need that fiscal impact. We never got it, and then we start finding out what was going on over 2 days ago. So there is something here that we need to continue to work. I'm not interrupting you. I'm not interrupting you.
Director Williams, your time is up.
Just calm down. You have many
Director Williams, your time is up. Director Lotta, I'm sorry. Director Lotta.
So I'm just saying quickly.
I'm talking to him. Director Lotta, this is between Director Williams and I. I don't need a second hand. Thank you, Director Williams. I appreciate your words.
I know we have our PSAC waiting to speak, so I'm going to keep this brief. I am an OUSD parent. I'm a working mom of 3. My kids go to after school. They participate. That's right, Ms. P. That's right. I'm wearing my America Scores jersey from Prescott. My daughter does Girls Inc. There's not a world in which I would ever have wanted this to have happened. I do take responsibility that this resolution could have been written more clearly. And I want to, these are board comments, they were moved up.
Continue, Director Lotta.
I just want to say that the alternative budget resolution came out from those of us at school sites receiving huge cuts as part of Attachment C, and when I joined the board in January. And while I take responsibility for how I feel, if we had been aware, if I had been made aware that this was how it was being implemented, I would have done everything to turn it around, and I'm committed to doing that now to protect our kids, because ultimately that's what I care about. It's not about who's right and who's wrong in politics. It's about doing right by our students, and that's what I'm committed to doing. I'm still committed to doing the work of the task force. We have our next meeting tomorrow to identify how to do this more thoughtfully. And I just want to hand it back to President Brohart and to our PSAC. Thank you.
We'll now move on to the next agenda item, which is the PSAC report.
Community.
I just want to remind you that that's 10 minutes for your report tonight.
Yes, thank you. My name is Tiffany Hampton Amos. I am the District 3 delegate for the PSAC, along with District 1 delegate Tierney Freed. We are here to present your PSAC report. So the slide present is, okay. Wait, there you go, thank you. We have spent the last 2 weeks regrounding in our June 2024 recommendations for the local community accountability for and studying specific actions and investments in greater detail. Our general recommendations for the LCAP, this one generated the most lengthy conversation. For all types of centrally funded positions or services explained within LCAP, the criteria for assigning them to schools and students. This is essential as all Oakland Unified School District stakeholders as we transition to a more centralized process for allocating positions and dollars. We surveyed our members about the actions that they would like to study in depth. As a result, we discussed the following actions and the related investments in greater detail.
At our May 21st meeting, we will discuss and formally adopt our recommendations for the 2025 LCAP. We are also aware of the impact that a cap on contracts is having on actions within our local control and accountability plan, especially the four related to expanded learning, after school programs, safety, behavioral mental health, and youth engagement athletics. Those contracts are not visible within our LCAP, and neither are the reasons for relying on the contracts to provide those services. So I'm going to clarify that because I stumbled. Those contracts are not visible within our LCAP, and neither are the reasons for relying on the contracts to provide those services. We will continue to participate in the board task force that is examining our use of contracts and encourage greater dialogue across schools, programs, and communities. We must learn to a common conversation that is grounded in a more complete local control and accountability plan. Our LCAP is the unified process and document that can help us understand all that we are investing to meet the needs and the improvements of students and outcomes. And I hope y'all will take it into heart.
Good evening, directors. My name is Melissa Ramirez Medina, representative for the District English Language Learners Subcommittee. This is our membership, and these are some highlights from our April 24th meeting. We discussed outcomes on the following LCAP indicators for English language learners and actions that have contributed to those outcomes, including graduation rates, reclassification rates, English learner progress, enrollment in designated English language development, participation in the English Language Proficiency Assessment of California, LPAC, chronic absenteeism, LPAC target for newcomer students, and the establishment of freestanding site ELL subcommittees. We are generally on track to meet our year one LCAP targets for these ELL student outcomes, so that's some good news. At the same time, we continue to seek better use of disaggregated data to address equity gaps, especially for disabled English language learners with IEPs. As we enter the second year of the LCAP in 2025 to 26, we'll focus more closely on that type of disaggregated data, and we'll also focus more closely on the DEL's priority for which the LCAP does not have any targets, which is access to translation and interpretation. We celebrate progress on one of our priorities, which is the establishment of freestanding site English language learner subcommittees at schools, because we aim to stop the practice of school site councils absorbing cells and weakening their role. Right now, about 20% of schools have established freestanding cells, which is up from 5.7% around the same time last school year. So these are the schools that have established freestanding cells. I'll read them quickly: Emerson, Sankofa, Oakland Tech, Garfield, Hoover, Prescott, Allendale, Montera, Fruitvale, ICS, Manzanita Community, Manzanita Seed, TCN, Claremont, Esperanza, Grass Valley, Korematsu, and Reach. I apologize to the interpreters. We ask that you recognize their commitment to voice and leadership for families with ELL students, especially in your communications to the public. We look forward to sharing our feedback for the 2025 to 26 LCAP in the coming weeks, and to advising on our ELL master plan before its adoption in August. And we invite everyone to join us at our first meeting at the beginning of the 25 to 26 school year, which will be Thursday, August 28th. You can find the link and meeting details at ousd.org/calendar. Thank you. And I'll hand it off to the CAC.
Thank you. Hello, good evening. I'm Coriander Milius, the co-chair of CAC this year. That is us, okay? We have a very important announcement. By unanimous decision of Measure NH Commission, the Young Adult Program, YAP, will receive full implementation of Measure H funding for the 25-26 school year. Hell yeah. This would not have happened without the advocacy of students, families, and staff in CAC and YAP. We are also expecting the Measure NH Commission to introduce an amendment to approve the equivalent of the full funding that YAP would have received in the 2 previous years that they did not receive. Here are highlights from our April 14th meeting. The main topic was all about special education contracts in OUSD. We discussed these questions. Why do we have contract for services? With whom? For what services? For how much? And why or why not are we not doing direct OUSD hires? The current special education contracts provide 179 behavior technicians, 55.2 speech language pathologists, 22.4 school psychologists, 17 licensed vocational nurses, 11.4 speech and language pathology assistants. Contracts also provide equal to or greater than 4 of each of the following: virtual teachers or teachers for IEP coverage during leaves, social workers, occupational therapists, educational audiologists, braillists, ASL interpreters. We learned how much students rely on contracted special education services at this time. For example, if we did not contract speech and language therapists, SLPs, we would only have 50% of the SLPs we need. At least 1,800 students would not get their required speech services. We also discussed what could be the pros and cons of working under contract and of working as a direct hire. We look forward to ongoing and thoughtful conversation about the role of contracted services in supporting the needs of students. preparing to advise on the 2025-26 LCAP. As we enter year 2 of this LCAP, we continue to have grave concerns about the LCAP's very limited role in improving the disability-related services that students receive or improving the access that disabled students are having to the many types of instruction, support, and services that are described within it. We must require clear access and accessibility targets from all schools and departments. We look forward to sharing our recommendations for the 25-26 LCAP in the next few weeks. Please come to our CAC meetings that are regularly scheduled for the second Monday of each month. Here, JD will hand you guys the flyers in English and Spanish. Join us Monday, August 18th, everyone, in this place for our first meeting of the 25-26 school year. Again, OUSD.org/calendar. And I will hand it off to.
Good evening, board. I'm here for our Foster Youth Advisory Committee. We have a great committee of community and parents and others are supporting our foster youth. And we're always looking for more members, so people in the community now, I hope that you join. And so for the last 9 months, we've been working on policy that we want to present to the board. And 7 of our 8 members have agreed to present the policy recommendations here. And I believe Patty is on, and she's gonna talk about the policy.
Thank you. The policy changes would help to decrease and prevent foster youth suspensions by ensuring that, first, pre-suspension interventions take place. Second, there's communication and collaboration with the foster youth adult team and the foster youth themselves. The policy changes also include specific post-suspension actions to prevent recurring suspensions and to strengthen the connection that foster youth have with their schools. Next slide.
Is it advancing? I don't know. I can't see it over here. There we go. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Foster youth urgently need these policy changes. Suspended foster youth as of last week is 15.9%. This is not number of incidents, it's number of students that have been suspended. And then suspended students who are not foster youth is much smaller, 1.something%. Suspended foster youth with disabilities as of the same date is 28%. So there's a big need for these policies. Next slide. Here's a link that you can click onto the policy recommendations. They're pretty simple, but they're also very encompassing on how to support the foster youth as they move into our school district or as they change classes or as they change homes. These policies will be incorporated within BP 5144-1 and related administrative regulations. We urge the adoption of these policy recommendations this year so that they can begin to be implemented in the following school year next year. Join us on Tuesday, August 26th for our first meeting of the 25-26 school year. Thank you.
Thank you. In order to get us back on track, I'm going to move past board comments, if that's okay with you guys.
Madam President, we actually have the 4 public hearings, which were posted for a time certain per statute. So I'd suggest that you move to item Q and then back to the regular order. They were posted for 7 p.m.
Okay, the hearing is now open under Q1 for District Solar Photovoltaic Project, Division of Facilities Planning and Management. The materials are there's no presentation. The materials are available at the table. I need a motion to adopt this. Okay. Is there any public comment on this? The hearing is open, yeah. Okay. There's no public comment. Is there any?
No public commenters signed up for this item, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Is there any board comment? Okay. The hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion to adopt the photovoltaic?
I have questions, but it sounds like there's no presentation. Is that correct?
There is no presentation, no.
No one to whom I can address questions?
I don't know. Preston, do you want to answer any questions? Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Director Barry.
I just want to make sure I'm interpreting the data on the slides correctly. So is it saying that we'd be investing $3.9 million to save $400K in the first year, roughly, and a total of $12 million in lifetime savings, and that's after 25 years? And then my other question is, does that include the roughly $31,000 annual cost of maintenance?
Thank you for the question. So the contract here is coming from the bond to build the solar system in the district. The annual expected savings after the maintenance cost is about $206,000 per year to the general fund. That is a conservative estimate, but based on current pricing right now, we anticipate that that would save in utility costs about $206,000. Over the lifetime, it will be at least $8 million worth of savings.
Thank you. Any other questions? The hearing is now closed. Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Second.
And Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Assuming there's no debate on the board, no discussion?
No,
Okay.
there's no.
All right, Student Director Simmons. We're taking a roll call on whether or not to adopt the district solar photovoltaic project.
Abstain.
Okay. Director Vasquez is absent. Director Lotter? Absent. Okay. Director Williams?
Yes, sir.
Director Hutchinson is absent. Director Barry?
Abstain.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor?
Yes.
And President Brohard?
Yes.
Motion is adopted, I believe. I just need to check my note.
Okay.
It's adopted.
Thank you. On item Q2, conveying an easement to Pacific Gas and Electric Company to allow access for installation and maintenance of electrical vehicle charging stations, Division of Facilities Planning and Management. The hearing is now open. Again, there is no presentation. Materials are available. Is there any public comment?
There are no public commenters for this item, Madam President.
Thank you. Is there any board comment? Oh. Sorry, do you have a comment on this item? Okay.
I read the document, and the 3 stations explained PG&E would be putting them in and maintaining them, but they didn't explain the use of who would be using, is this for public use or for PG&E? And I looked at the fence that's in front of the school. Does that mean that fence would be open all times? What are the hours that this would be available? I'm not clear on that because the document doesn't speak to that.
Preston Thomas, you want to answer that question? Thanks.
Yeah, this is a easement, so it allows access for PG&E, and it's a shift in the easement for that property to install the EV stations. This is something that's becoming more standard when you do parking lot replacements and asphalt replacements like we did at East Oakland Pride. So that's what this is for. It's shifting the easement for that. It will be internally within the campus for staff to be able to use.
So it's not for public use?
Currently.
I'm just, okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any board comments? Director Thompson? Okay. Okay, all right. The hearing is now closed. Is there a motion to adopt this?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Madam President, I want to respectfully remind board members that in order for this item to be adopted, 5 votes are required.
Okay.
This is a 2/3 voting item. Student Director Simmons.
Abstain.
Okay, Director Vasquez is absent. Director Latta?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes, sir.
Director Hutchinson is absent. Director Barry?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor?
Yes.
President Brohard?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
The next item is Q3, the District Special Education Local Plan Area, SELPA, Annual Service Plan and Budget Plan. I believe there is no presentation. I'm sorry, the hearing is open, and oh, there is a presentation, okay.
Hello, my name is Rain Johnson. I'm the SELPA Director for Oakland Unified, and so we are here to talk about our local plan, which is a plan that has to be passed every year. Next slide. Oh.
Hello, board directors, community. Happy to be here this evening. I'm Jen Blake, Executive Director for Special Education and Health Services.
All right, so I'll try and make it quick. So the local plan is a document that must be passed by the state of California from every district every year. And so we're here to ask you to pass this year's plan. Next slide. We are the special education local plan area for Oakland. Districts may be either part of a single district SELPA or multi-district SELPA. We're large enough to be our own SELPA, so we have our own SELPA team and our own SELPA board, which is you. So we are here to talk about our budget and service plan. Next slide. We submit, there are 3 parts to the local plan. One part is submitted only every 3 years. We did that last year, so thank you very much. This year we're submitting the other 2 parts that go in every single year, and they are due to the state by June 30th. And they just provide information on the budget related to special ed, as well as the services provided to students across the district who have special ed IEPs. Next slide. All right, so the first part is our annual budget plan. It identifies our special education resources. It shows how we expend those resources, how we allocate those funds across LEAs. For us, we are a single district SELPA, so it is just for us. And then the cost of our special education program for next school year overall. Next slide. So this is a great opportunity to share financial information with you. So this slide talks about the resources that we get in that fund our special education program. Our largest funding does come from our AB 602 grant. And we also have lots of other revenues that come in from small grants to slightly larger grants, and they're all listed here. Next slide. And our expenses. So we obviously want to match our expenses to our resources. And with this, we have a couple highlights that we just wanted to talk about. 75% of our expenses do go to teacher and classroom aides salaries and benefits. And so that is 75% of our total budget. While we always appreciate the investment that the district has made in our teachers and staff who deserve all of their wonderful salaries, we just continue to grow in that area as costs grow as well. So we are not this year increasing the number of staff we have, but that salary continues to grow as it should, and so that's what is reflected in that amount. And we are next year only adding about 20 employees overall. But to give some comparison, when we had our budget in 22-23, we were spending about $29 million in benefits, and this year we are spending $47 million. We had salaries that were a little bit under $40,000 in 2022-23, huh? 40 million, I'm sorry, 40 million. And we're now at about 56.8 million. And then our average salary and benefits for a resource teacher was $106,000 and is now $125,000. Another thing to note is the line that says the 5,000s. This is our special education contracted staff. And so we wanted to make sure that we were in line. So we did look at all of our neighboring districts and SELPAs to find out that we are in line with what our neighbors are also doing in contracting. So we are at about a little over 20% of our funding. North Region, which is Alameda and Berkeley, Emeryville, Alameda, they're at 26.4%. Tri-Valley, which is neighbors kind of to the east, they are at 21%, and West Contra Costa is almost at 19%. So this year, every year we are required to give those providers a cost of living increase that is dictated by the state. This year it is a much smaller increase than it was last year. Last year was 8.22%. This year it is 1.07%. We are also working really hard to actively reduce the number of contracted staff we have. We are seeking partnerships with agencies that let us hire staff that become permanent OUSD staff over less than a year of work with us. So that way we can transition away from using contracted staff to getting these staff into the district. We are really hoping to kind of also grow our just kind of homegrown internal staff pool as well. And so we have identified several positions, about 20 positions this year that are covered by agency staff that even without those contracts with those specialty agencies, we're going to just try and hire them internally and get those as part of our OUSD family. All right, next slide.
This section is just a look at the FTE that we expect for our in-house OUSD employees for different job classifications. In the interest of time, I will not read everything on this slide, just highlight a couple of things. As Rain mentioned, for our teaching positions, we are holding steady in terms of the total number of self-contained programs and resource specialists supporting our students, even as we are continuing to grow the number of eligible students in the SELPA, which you will see in a subsequent slide. Two areas that I wanted to focus on before moving forward are speech-language pathology and occupational therapy, as we have increases in the number of students with autism spectrum disorders and other health impairments that result in communication and motor and sensory needs. These are areas where we are anticipating that in the future years, we will need to continue to increase our investment to keep pace with our students' needs and implementation of IEPs.
Alrighty, and so this last slide is looking at the revenue that we need to cover our special education funds. We just want to do a little shout out. There is a bill going through HR 2598 for the full funding of special education services. It is meant to bring us up to 40% funding for special ed from the federal government by the year 2035. So please feel free to contact your assembly people, your congressmen, and let them know. And so this is just, again, as a summary. So just a real quick highlight, we have some great programs that we have some funding for. We wanted to highlight our transition and support services for our older students, 18 to 22. We have some amazing programs that allowed them to get paid internship positions as well as like job prep programs. So we're really grateful to be partnering with our funders for those things.
And then we have just a couple more slides on the annual service plan. That describes the types of services we provide as a special education local plan area. We won't spend a lot of time on this evening because we have not had changes to the grid from the last annual plan that you all adopted in 2023-24. The grid with the X's shows all of the services that we provide to one or more students, inclusive of academic, related, transition, and low incidence services. Right, and then our last few slides talk a little bit about who we serve and the investments that we have with the money we just looked at. We currently have a few more students than what's on here at the time that we were required to submit the slides. We actually have increased our pending students by 100. We now have 780 pending students, most of that increase coming from early childhood. We now have 7,240 eligible students in our special education local plan area. And on the right of the slide, you can see a couple of areas where we have had significant increase longitudinally over the last several years. Autism, this is a state, nationwide, regional trend, but we are seeing a continued increase. This is now our second highest incidence disability in Oakland Unified. Also continuing to monitor the number of students eligible under other health impairment because we are in significant disproportionality monitoring for African American students under both emotional disability, which is a very small incidence rate for us, and other health impairment, which is continuing to increase. As we look at related services by incidence rate, this is just another look at the same information provided earlier from a staffing lens. We have by far the most students receiving speech and language services, over 4,000 direct services, another 1,200 consultatives. So that is more than half of our eligible population that requires speech and language services. We are expecting to continue to see that increases as a proportion of the total population. Another large incident service, Rain just mentioned, our transition services. We are grateful for an increase in funding from Workability. That will allow us to serve over 100 more eligible high school students with IEPs. We also are continuing to expand prevailing wage paid internships and job experiences through our Regional Center of the East Bay Provisional Intern Permit, or our PIP. Then the others are very low incident services for us relative to those two that impact a large part of our population. What our services provide as a SELPA are curriculum, materials, and training. We are in a position, in no small part thanks to your action and the action of district leaders over the last several years, where we now have a standards-aligned, high-quality curriculum for each of our special education programs so that we can be sure that there will be a high-quality, rigorous instructional experience in each of our classrooms, regardless of disability impact. We also are doing a lot of data collection and reporting so we can remain transparent and accountable for the progress we're making. We'll share a couple of highlights in our last couple of minutes of today's presentation. One of these is a look at our literacy work. In alignment with this being a core priority of us as a district, we also want to make sure that we are continuing to see growth every year in our students' ability to read. We are happy to report that last year, over the course of the entire school year, students with disabilities grew at a faster rate than students without disabilities in our district, which is the first time in our reporting that we have seen that trend. We also are continuing to see more students accessing our multi-sensory literacy intervention, SPIRE. These are the iReady results. We increased 3.2 percentage points for students with disabilities and IEPs. The population of students that were 3 or more grade levels behind also declined during that time. I'm going to move very quickly through these because I understand we are approaching time and you still have lots of content to get to this evening, but just highlighting that we also are monitoring progress for students and extensive support needs. As a matter of rightful presence, they deserve a quality education that is rigorous and aligned to their goals. Professional learning investments, I just want to take this opportunity to really shout out and be thankful for our partnership with AFSCME. We are bringing on 19 new paraeducators next year to provide one-on-one intensive services for students. We continue to need our registered behavior technicians for another subset of our students, and as you heard from the PSAC report, many of our contracts are necessary for students to remain safe, to be fed, to have their diapers changed, to have their goals implemented at school. And so we are grateful for those partnerships partnerships, but also seeking as much as possible to continue to build our own OUSD employees. That includes some of the photos that you see here, where we have trained over 80 new support staff this year through a week-long orientation, collected their feedback through both Likert-style surveys and through direct outreach and empathy interviews, and are reporting high levels of satisfaction from that training. I'm going to move us quickly through these. As a SELPA, we provide a variety of functions for our staff and are always seeking to get feedback and improve on the way that we can support our special educators and related services professionals. The longer they stay with us, the more that they're able to grow their practice, the better quality service they can provide to our students. And that includes a lot of governance and monitoring functions that are less exciting, but also a lot of cool stuff like professional development. I will leave you all with just a couple places where I'd love to see us grow alongside my team in the year to come. We are under intensive monitoring for least restrictive environment, particularly for our preschool population. We are in the lowest 10% in the state for least restrictive environment for this age group. This is an ongoing area of partnership already underway with our early learning department, but it is a place where we need to continue to make sure we're accountable for swift growth to get more students into the least restrictive environment. This is the place where everybody is working on sharing and friendship and the same types of skills, and so why not inclusion in preschool? We also want to make sure that we are continuing to remain accountable for LRE across our continuum and reducing reliance on mild, moderate programs wherever appropriate. And so I will close by saying, again, our ask of the board this evening is that we approve the 2025-26 local plan so we may send it to the county for their approval and then to the state on time this year. Thank you all for your time. Good evening.
Thank you, Jen and Rain. Are there any public comments on this?
Yes, Madam President, that is Asada Olugbalo.
Okay, thank you. 2 minutes.
I just want to speak to the fact that I've encountered this year several students, parents who are not getting services under this umbrella. And where does adopted physical education come under? What umbrella does it come under? Also, with the rise of autism, the many spectrums of autism, that rise, many challenges providing services will become imminent. I looked at the category of low incident services, and these are for people who have disabilities occurring at low rates, and I didn't understand what that is, but you have 148 students who come under that low incident services. The nursing services is a broad spectrum, and when I was working, I worked with severe profound children. And so we had catheterization going on, suctioning of trachea, we had the tube feeding and assistance with positioning and so forth. This is a lot of involved with our severe, I don't know what y'all call them to date, but our severe profound children I'm concerned with because they didn't get a lot of attention, but I'm hoping that they're getting quality services. Most of them are at the brainstem level, but they are very capable of feeling, and they deserve as much as they can get in terms of support from the district. Lastly, it is said that you have participating chartered schools. So this means that all chartered schools are not engaging with these services, but how are they serving children who come under these many different spectrums, autistic children, what they call the OHI kids. So we need to look into if charter schools are servicing properly these students that have these many broad spectrums.
Thank you. Are there any board comments? Director Hutchinson.
Yes, thank you. You know, I will not do it on this item. I'm probably going to be abstaining for most things tonight, given what's been going on with the school board, and I really have a lack of trust in the agenda board leadership has put before us now, given what's happened. But I am not going to repeat what happened last year, and I'm definitely not going to be the cause of a delay in the SOPA. And I really appreciate the work that you all have continuously put into this. At another point, I'm going to have a question about if when the announcement went out last week around budgets being frozen, I know that centrally I did see some special education positions on there. And so at a future point, I'm curious if, or not curious isn't strong enough, but I'd like to know if those freezes have impacted the department at all, and if there's any impact on the SELPA because of those last minute changes. But I don't need it right now tonight. And, you know, thank you, and thank you for highlighting the importance of us getting it done on time this year.
The hearing is now closed. Oh, is there a motion?
Yes, I move the adoption of Q3 SELPA Annual Services Plan and Budget Plan for fiscal year 2025 through 2026.
Second.
And Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Assuming there's no further board debate, Student Director Simmons.
Yes.
Okay, Director Vasquez is absent. Director Thompson.
Yes.
Director Barry.
Yes.
Director Hutchinson.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes, sir.
Director Latter.
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor.
Yes.
And President Brohard.
Yes.
Plans are adopted.
The next item on the agenda is Q3, which is Q4. The Aspire Triumph Technology Academy Charter School, grades TK5, petition and request for charter material revision and a change of facility location. The hearing is now open, and I believe there's a presentation. And you have 10 minutes for this presentation.
Good evening, Board of Directors. I'm Javier Cabra-Walteros, and I'm here with Michael Wimbish, he's the Chief Financial Officer for Aspire, and I'm the Executive Director for Aspire Bay Area. It's good to see everyone. We're here tonight to talk a little bit about Aspire Triumph Technology Academy and a material revision to change address. Aspire has been in existence since 1998, and we opened our first Bay Area school in Oakland, Monarch Academy, in the year 2000. Tonight, we're going to talk about Triumph Academy, which opens its doors in 2014. Our vision as Aspire is that scholars are prepared and empowered to build a fulfilling and liberated future for themselves and their communities. Today, we are asking you all to please consider and vote the next month for this material revision, where we're asking that Aspire Triumph Technology Academy moves its address to co-locate with Aspire College Academy on the same campus on Atherton Street. This would be a 2-year process, so we are looking to have a co-location for next year, and then we are going to ask you all to approve a merger between ACA, Aspire College Academy, and Aspire Triumph Technology Academy next fall. So we plan to propose a merger this upcoming fall for the year 2026-2027 school year. There's many benefits to having a co-location for both school sites. So here are just a number. So we will provide some stability for our families to have continuity in the future. We can enhance offerings to our students, academic and cultural programming, because we can play to the strengths of each school community and have shared services. And we're also addressing declining enrollment, which is something that Oakland Unified is also challenged by. So we're looking to address and have a solution for this. For academics, we can have more robust programming. We have opportunities to have shared services when it comes to electives for students. We'll have better facilities for our students at Triumph moving to the other campus. More specifically, there's an improved playground area. We can also leverage community partnerships with this co-location, and teachers will now have a partner for planning and for observation and support for one another. Some of the logistics for this Co-location, so currently Triumph families, on average, the distance between their homes to the Triumph campus is 1.5 miles. And we also looked at all of our families at Triumph, and we looked at the average distance from their homes to the ACA campus, and it's 1.7 miles. So the difference between an on average distance for families to move from one school site to the other is an increase of 0.2 miles, which is essentially 2 city blocks difference. So for some family members, they'll be moving to, the school will be closer to their home, and for other families, they'll be a little bit farther away. Now, both school sites mirror one another in terms of enrollment and structure. So both school sites are TK to 5. So by having the co-located experience on that campus, we'll serve approximately 400 students on the campus next year. For Triumph in particular, there's a lot of highlights that I'd like to just name for the special work that they do every day. They do have a whole child approach to instruction and to learning. They do emphasize social emotional learning. They have family community engagement. They have a very diverse student body, and their expanded learning opportunities there are wonderful. They also have enrichment in sports. So we have programs like student leadership, the BSU, capoeira, chess club, and small reading intervention groups as examples. For the enrichment program, we have the art club, we have a science club, we have cooking club, among others that we're really proud of. And last, we have a sports program for both basketball and the cheerleading team. So you'll see in the photo on this presentation, this is the Triumph cheerleading team that walked for the Black Joy Parade in Oakland a few months ago. Now, we at Aspire in our Oakland schools are experiencing the same challenges that OUSD has. So you'll see here that declining student population, the decline mirrors that of OUSD. And we see ourselves as being responsible partners in trying to solve for some of these challenges that we all have. And so this is a step in the right direction for us to solve some of the challenges that we experience. The demographics of our schools, when they're combined, you'll see there that a little over half identifies as Latino, Latina, or Latinx, and about 38%, 39% identifies as Black and African American. And those numbers are somewhat comparable, maybe a little bit higher for both the Latino community and the Black community for our schools compared to OUSD. And in terms of subgroups, you'll see that purple represents Aspire, the combined Triumph and ACA school communities. You'll see on average, we have a little bit more students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, multi-language learners, and students with disabilities, and we're almost there when it comes to foster and homeless youth in terms of the same percentage as OUSD. And so this is an opportunity for us to really try to solve the challenges we have as a multi-step, multi-year approach to a merger. And so we ask you all to please consider and to vote in support of this resolution, this petition, to move the Triumph Academy School to the Atherton campus for this upcoming fall 2025. And the current the student capacity at that facility is a little over 400, a little below 400. So we're able to accommodate all of our students without any construction that's needed for the campus. But with that said, we know that we can benefit from the economies of scale that can be given because we have two schools on the same campus, and we have a long-term sustainability outlook with having both schools merged. The co-location doesn't need the construction, but we are going to move forward with adding 3 additional classrooms through 2 portables. We've been in collaboration with the diocese that owns the property, and they're very supportive of this move, and they're supportive of us having these enhancements to have a little bit more flexible space for our students and for our staff. So thank you for listening, and we look forward to coming back next month to answer any questions, and also we look forward to you supporting our co-location. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Are there any public comments on this?
Yes, Asada Olakbala.
Be brief. This is at my church, St. Benedict's. That's where it is. And I hate to talk about how it helps to keep us going, but but it does. But I just want to speak to this aspect of it. This is something you're going to have to deal with. I've said it before. Enrollment's going down, and with this crazy man in the White House, we're not going to have the growth that we've been getting from our immigrant community coming here and having the advantages that they get with education. So we got 20 schools with 300 students or less. And as painful as it is, we're going to have to look at mergers. And I told you, I'm talking about my school too. So you're uncomfortable with it. You don't like it, but you got to take the position. You know, I'm not making a decision, but if I was sitting up there, I would bring it up. These people have decided they have to do it, and they're making that move. You're going to have to do it too. And I want to thank them for the money they're going to bring to St. Benedict's Church, African American Church. Thank you very much for that funds that you're going to provide for us.
Thank you, Mrs. Sada. I'm going to ask that we hold board comments. I know they'll be coming back next month for a vote on their proposal. Yeah, next month. Oops, I'm sorry. I'm thinking it's the end. I'm already at the end of May. It's coming back on May 28th for this. Okay, we're going to move back to item. Oh, I'm sorry. The hearing is closed. Thank you. I'm going to move back to item K. Moving around here. That's Q4. Okay, I'm going to move back to item K, which is adoption of people consent report. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
And I'm assuming there's a public comment?
Asada Olakbala.
Item K. Did I say something? Oh, yeah, item K, student discipline.
That's okay, I'm confused too, I'm tired. You're probably right. I just want to tell you, in reading what they recommend school districts to do when they expel students. They say that when you expel students, you should offer rehabilitation plans for expelled students, which may include counseling, tutoring, or other support services to help them address behaviors that led to their expulsion, and to improve their chances of returning to be successful in the school setting. It also says that school districts should create a plan with steps to address academic gaps and the challenges that may occur when students attempt to come back into the district. We're not doing that. We're not doing that for these students. And I come to you many times to say, we need to give these young people whose behaviors have been inappropriate the opportunity, the chance to come back and be successful within the district. We're not doing it.
Thank you. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, on the roll call to adopt the student discipline consent report. Student directors are excused. Director Lotta?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes, sir.
Director Hutchinson is absent. Director Barry?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor is absent. President Brohard?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item T, which is the superintendent's report, and I will turn that over to Dr. Moore.
Thank
Thank you, President Brohart. Thank you here for being here tonight. As always, a full report is found on the agenda online. I encourage you to explore more details, but this evening we'll continue the trend of having some updates from our network team. So really pleased to introduce Leroy Gaines, Network 4 Area Superintendent. He'll take 7 minutes to present, followed by board comments. So with that, take us away, Mr. Gaines.
Thank you. Good evening, board and members and colleagues. I'm Leroy Gaines. I'm the Network Superintendent for our Elementary Network 4. Today I want to share with you progress, priorities, next steps, a lot of joy that's coming out of our network in our elementary schools. I don't see the slide. There we go. Thank you. There we go, thanks. So we live our vision every day. Our OUSD students find joy while graduating, carrying competent critical thinkers. And in terms of our mission, this guides us to serve the whole child, eliminating inequalities, inequities, and ensuring that every student has an excellent teacher every day. In Network 4, we have 16 schools, which encompasses 7,000 students citywide. Our demographics are 38% of our students are Latino, 24% Black or African American, 16% Asian, plus 80% of our students are free or reduced lunch, with 33% English language learners and 18% of our students have IEPs. These numbers remind us who we serve and why equity is our priority. I'd like to note that out of the 3 elementary networks, Network 4 serves the highest percentage of African American students. So you'll see during this presentation that this is an area that we focus on and we disaggregate our data, often focusing on making sure that we're looking at that equitably. Here are our values for our network. We center students first, ensuring every student feels respected, championing excellence and equity, and holding ourselves to high standards, and integrity and cultural responsiveness to guide our relationships. And yes, we build momentum and joy along throughout the way. With our student demographics, values, and equity focus in mind, let's now turn and look at what drives us, right? What drives our network and how we operate. We roll out and help operationalize district policies, manage budgets, respond to school safety needs. On the instructional side, we help lead and support the curriculum adoptions, coach principals side by side, and align central services to school needs. Here we go. So these are our KPIs. These are the goals that really drive a lot of the work that we're doing. Our North Star is always the LCAP. And this goal is the same across all networks. We're aligned in how we determine our goals and monitor progress towards these goals. And what differentiates the networks is how we tailor our support for each school and how we provide them with the specific resources, coaching, and interventions that they need. This is our implementation framework, and what I want to draw our attention to here is the last few years, many years, actually 5 years, we have been implementing numerous curriculums, and this is what guides us through those implementations, is this framework of understanding and supporting leaders in focusing, monitoring, and believing that this is going to have impact on student learning. These are our leadership priorities. And if you'll see here, our leadership priorities, we have 4 big ones. And at the core of this is the development of our teams, making sure that we are developing and supporting the leadership at the school site, along with at the principal level, along with the teacher level, and then strengthening our MTSS services. When we talk about MTSS, our multi-tiered systems of supports, those are ways that we prevent and make sure that all students are learning and not falling through the cracks. So that was a big focus for us for this year in terms of developing our leaders and our school site supports. District initiatives. I want to reacquaint everyone here with our literacy framework. There's 6 components to this, and these are the things that have been guiding and really grounding our work and our implementation and our adoption of curriculum. And this is all based on the science of reading, and that's what's been guiding most of our literacy work, not only say all of our literacy work here in the district. I want to highlight and call attention to some of the successes that we have seen as a result of this. And here, what you're looking at is our data from one of our schools, Allendale Elementary School, where our 2nd grade has just shown tremendous growth over the last few years. And if you look at the numbers here, it's pretty astounding. The first year there, we were at 28%, and then right now, we have close to 58% of our 2nd graders on track to mastering their early literacy and foundational literacy standards. And here, what we see here is our some more just broken down literacy goals. And this is our iReady data. And when you look at this, and if you look on the left, you'll see the graph there. And what that's telling us is right now, 21% of our OUSD students are reading at grade level, while at Network 4, it's really fairly similar, 24%. When you dig deeper and you start looking at our schools and race, and you'll see some real wins there. There's 2 schools I want to highlight, Redwood Heights and Sequoia Elementary School, which had been achieving some outstanding results and outcomes for our Black students and scholars. At Redwood Heights, close to 47% of our students are reading at grade level, and at Sequoia, 48% of our Black scholars there are reading at grade level. These gains are particularly noteworthy because both campuses, which are often thought of as predominantly white, are serving a rich, diverse student population, and recently have become and are now Title I schools. When we look at our STEM, we see some similar celebrations. And here, when you'll see 24% proficiency for OUSD and for us as a network. And once again, you dig deeper, you start to disaggregate, and that's where the real celebration and stories about the work that our teachers are doing at the school sites sits and lies. And Lincoln Elementary, which has also recently been awarded our Distinguished School in California, 41.7% of African American students are on track to be at grade level in math. And then if you look at Sequoia Elementary, we have 18%. I will say at Lincoln, that 41% growth is there was tremendous amount of growth from the beginning of the year to the end. So the students didn't come to them like this. The teachers there worked to get their kids to that level of proficiency in not even a one full year. Joyful Schools. So this is another initiative here that I want to call attention to, and there's just so many celebrations. I will be honest with you, before I had to actually clean this slide because it was just full of different initiatives and things that we could celebrate, but I wanted to highlight these 3. Reach Academy for their Perfect Attendance Award ceremony. This is something that is baked into their culture of celebrating students showing up to school every day. And it's just a wonderful celebration to attend and to be around, but to see the parents and the families and the students, the pride that they have, that is really where the joy is. And then MLK students preparing for the Women's March. This really is a way where students are bringing awareness, right? Our students are bringing awareness to the critical social reform issues. And the last one there, you see our king at La Escuelita celebrating and being part of the college career readiness event. District initiatives and diverse and stable staff. We have, and we're really proud of this stat, we have over 90% of our school leaders returning next year. And this has been a really tough year for them in terms of just lots of just sort of shifting priorities, but also it's just been really difficult being a network, being an elementary school principal. and for 90% of them to return shows their dedication and their commitment and the ability for their community to sort of rally around them. There is 75% of our network leaders are identified as BIPOC. And if you look here too, as a network, and this is across all networks, coaching and leadership development, when we talk about leadership at schools, we're not just saying the principals, we're actually talking about the distribution of that leadership to our teachers and to our TSAs, who are also receiving coaching and their needed professional development, so they could do that work and develop their own personal professional leadership. Another thing I'm happy to sort of share with folks here is we found ways to provide mental health services for our leaders. Often they, similar to our teachers, are receiving and are the recipients of trauma and secondary trauma that's sort of being brought to them, and this is a way for us to help them unpack that, and I believe that this focus and this support has led to the high retention rates. Once again, we return to these KPIs, and what you'll see here is we are definitely making progress and growth in many of the KPI areas, and in some, there's still some space that we need to grow in, and what this tells us is we've made growth, but there is still some room to improve. Like I said, network alignment has been a big focus for us. The 3 different elementary networks, we meet weekly, we discuss our goals and our priorities and align our practices. So you'll see that much of our presentation is similar in many ways, but like I mentioned earlier, there are some differentiated and differences amongst us in the way that we operationalize that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That was a great report. Are there any public comments?
Asada Olagbala.
Appreciate the superintendent's report, but I became curious when I read item on the consent agenda L11. It had to do with the school assignment department. And I hope at some point the superintendent will give a report out on that department, because they assign students to various schools, and it says that it's based on a lottery. It's also based on, it works that students get an opportunity to be placed at the district's highest ranking schools. And another presentation I'd like to hear from the superintendent is how our schools are ranked. If we have a ranking system for schools, present that ranking system at some point to the public. Thank you.
Are there any other board comments? Public comments? Okay, no.
All names have been called for this item.
Board comments? We're just going to go around Director Thompson.
Yeah, I'll make this pretty brief. First of all, thank you for the report, but I was left with a question, and my question is centered around sharing success stories. You mentioned that Redwood Heights and Sequoia, they had a specific success that could be shared. You also mentioned Reach that had a success that could be shared. I think about the successes in terms of vertical articulation, actually, because especially Redwood Heights and Sequoia, it's an academic thing that was discussed. And so we're talking about African-American individuals making very high success on testing. So is there an opportunity I know you talked about the different networks getting together. I'm assuming that's the network leads. Is there an opportunity for the practitioners, classroom practitioners, to get together to share success stories and emulate whatever the successes are in your particular network?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. The quick answer is no. There isn't one at present. We do work on, I always say, cross-pollinating these best practices at our network within the network during our PPLs, so the schools could share, and we highlight schools that have some best practices. But more, I think what's actually, there's only way I can describe this as magical when we have all of the schools together for our ILT retreat, and you see the leaders, the teacher leaders and the TSAs and the principals discussing, disaggregating their data, collectively going through that process, but then sharing with others what they're doing, and you see a lot of ahas, like similar to when you're in a classroom and you're teaching and you see that light up. You'll see that happen with different schools, and that's where I think that you'll see, that's where we develop that time to be able to have those conversations, but that only happens twice a year, so it's not as frequent, and it's not always every teacher. It's usually just the ILT members or the instructional leadership team.
Director Lotta? Okay. Director Williams?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for that. I don't think we've met before, actually, and it's been like 5 years. So I'm kind of, have to find a way to meet up with you, kind of have some conversation. I thank you very much for the presentation. One of the things that I see in District 3, we have 4 different network superintendents through District 3. And the ability to generate a community school district within District 3, which is 3 elementaries, 2 middle schools, 3 high schools, have 3 elementaries that are spread apart, and each has a different network superintendent. That's concerning for me because my schools don't talk to each other, they don't share resources, they don't share best practices, and every particular soup has a different way that they want to move, right? And so we're having these challenges here. You got 16, right? And then you have Martin Luther King, which is not too far away from Prescott, and then Hoover right up the street. So have y'all thought about reconfiguring or figuring out ways to have schools that have very similar demographics and having some of the similar challenges as network soups to actually work together on that? That's one. My second one is about the iReady. Our district has been heavily invested in iReady. I have not seen it actually translate to the SBAC. So everything that we do, we're highlighting iReady, but it is not a good correlation to how we're doing with the SBAC, which everyone has their opinion about the state exams, but the bottom line is we need to be able to show that we're doing something on the SBAC, or the dashboard will keep us down at the bottom. So how are you actually supporting your particular administrators to actually have some correlation to not just flashing to us what iReady is, but actually showing how it's working for the SBAC as well? Thank you.
No, those are 2 great questions. Yeah, it's interesting. The network structure, like the decision around the schools is, I've been here for 15 years, and it just keeps sort of there's reiterations of that over time. There was a regional, and then it was very similar schools together. The network soups have been having conversations amongst ourselves around how do we have more time, at least to bring the leadership, the principals together as a group, and then help them to whether that means that we're having time that's differentiated for those principals to share best practices that are similar schools. So we're trying to think about that, but there's been like you said, I don't know what the answer would be to that in terms of the structure, but we could change some practices so at least we could give them opportunities to have those conversations. So I see that. And then the question around iReady, that's the question around many benchmarks. Is it so hard to get a benchmark that cleanly can be correlated, have a correlation to the state test? But I agree, the state test, that's the marker. That's really the thing that we're looking to hit. So.
Yeah, and I say that because it's not only the iReady, there's several other assessments that you use. And so our students from TK all the way to 12 are constantly bombarded with assessments. right? And so we're trying to see how do we try to reduce that and actually help educators become better reading instructors versus just gamifying reading and sticking kids in front of computers, right? So we kind of have that practice that now our curriculum pacing guides are such that they're very limiting in what you can do as an educator. You just have to follow that, and then you stick them onto the iReady, which has its own pacing guide, and then you go with another exam which has its own pacing guide, right? And so our instructors are just kind of like, stuck being like very limited in how to actually teach the reading because they're just reading the curriculum guide to follow and the pacing guide, and they're being held accountable. So and that iReady is kind of like the top tier assessment that everyone uses to kind of correlate that there's something going on in the reading when we're not focusing enough on helping educators become better teachers in the reading program. Thank you.
Director Batchelor? I had a couple. Oh, sorry, I keep hitting it and not doing that. Yeah, we have had lots of discussions about iReady, so I think we can continue that one. I guess the one question, I did go to the walkthrough, and I didn't know if you did more of those walkthroughs. I thought those were really helpful. That's my first thing. My second thing is looking at Lincoln, and I'm going to make my pitch for Lincoln here, is that I think one of the reasons they are really successful in that is the use of intervention teachers and their STIP subs. And I know that's a hot topic, but I think that one of the things that really struck me about their use of STIP subs is that each STIP sub does a grade level. So the kindergarten STIP sub does kindergarten math and literacy. And I think building that relationship with the students, and that, I think you mentioned this in your retention as well, that it's a stable relationship, so the kids know who they're going to go to in first grade, they know who they're going to go to, And I think watching also how the classroom teachers and the STIP subs really work together in their intervention. I mean, it's a really well thought out program, and I think I mean, again, I know financially that's difficult, but I think looking at some of the ways that I think Lincoln teachers and the principal, Ms. Sabrani, are very intentional in like every single detail to this. And I think, it is a very diverse school, and to see the student growth in the reading, I think is credit to that. So that was my other question. My other, the last final thing was, I know the principal at Allendale, and I don't know if you could speak a little bit about this, but it seems like they have a slightly different program for their, they read the same materials, but it seemed like they had like a reading lab or something like that they do a little differently. I don't know if you could talk a little bit about that as well.
No, this is great. The spot on with Lincoln, they have a tremendous, very dynamic intervention process that included the tutors and the STIP subs. And I wish on the graph you could see the growth of the African American students in math. And a lot of that is because of the MTSS structure that they develop, where just kids, they don't fall through the cracks, which is why they're one of our, the strongest schools in the state. In terms of Allendale, very similar. Allendale's developed, so their curriculum for foundational literacy is SIPs. And what they've done is they've taken their SIPs tutors, and they've created a just so many moving pieces, but the students, they're assessing the students or checking for understanding around early literacy, and the students move every few weeks to different tutors and teachers, and many of their strongest teachers are serving the highest need students, and then the tutors have sometimes slightly larger groups, but it's just that, like, once again, the dynamic movement of students and dealing and being able to address their needs at that moment. So that's been something that's been just phenomenal, and very much led by the teachers, by Ron himself, the principal there. But the two programs, I would say what you're hitting on is that MTSS that having the structure developed internally to be able to meet those needs of the students, anticipate that they're going to have to, that there's going to be students, when you look at that triangle, there's going to be some students, it's not going to be perfect, right? And they've been really brilliant in the way that they've gotten their staff and their team to implement that.
I guess my last question kind of goes along with Director Thompson's. When you look at the students who graduate from your schools in District 4, what are you seeing the success of them when they go into 6th grade?
Yeah, that's a great question. No, and I think it's a great question because we think about this as we're developing and aligning our graduate profiles, and to see what is the student that ideally we want to be able to hand that baton off to the middle school so that they could continue. And right now, we believe in the elementary schools that we're producing students who have a strong literacy foundation, but it looks differently. And I think maybe, Director Williams, to your point, it's just our schools are so different that it might look different. The kid coming out of the school might look different and going into that. So it's always so hard to tell. And I think that's some of the things that we're trying to like share these best practices and get some alignment around so that the students are coming out and we're able to determine, or it's a little bit more, I don't want to say predictive, but it's a little bit more even at the different schools. So yeah, we'll come back to that in a couple of years.
I was going to ask you to come back next year with the UFly data too. You know.
Yeah,
anyway,
that's pending.
Yeah, right. Thanks a lot, Mr. Gates.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on, oh, sorry.
That's okay. Before closing, I just wanted to take a moment to honor the life and legacy of Mr. Oscar C. Wright Sr. I had the privilege of seeing Mr. Wright during his final weeks of life and can still remember the smile on his face when I just whispered a thank you for all the love and support and dedication that he's given to Oakland students throughout his life. I wanted to read one of the quotes from Monday's 24th Annual African American Honor Roll, which is named after him. This quote is from Malaya Brandy, a 9th grader at Oakland High. She said, "I think it's very powerful to know this legacy, that we're receiving this award, and the fact that so many of us are here today. It's a lot of information to know. It's very empowering to think about, and it shows what we have been through and how we have grown." And also in the spirit of recognizing elders, I wanted to give Ms. Olabalu a special birthday shout out. And thank you on behalf of our team for always pushing our district to improve our experiences and outcomes for students. You'll have to ask her what that birthday is. I won't say it. And with that, I want to end tonight's superintendent report with the selfless words of Mr. Wright, which I think even with some of the behavior in mind tonight stands the test of time. And that's what he would say all the time. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about the children. So I wanted those words to conclude tonight's superintendent report, and I'll hand it back to you, President Brohart.
Thank you. Thank you for honoring Mr. Wright's memory. And happy birthday, Mrs. Sada. The next item on the agenda tonight is comments from our labor unions. And each bargaining unit has 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Amy Lamontaina Kuma. I'm the principal at Korematsu Discovery Academy. I had actually signed up to share this during open comment because I really wanted our expanded learning partners and families to hear the collaboration that came about between principals and teachers in support of them. But thank you to UAOS for giving me a moment to read this letter. Dear members of the Oakland Unified School Board, we are writing to urge you to reject the proposed site-specific budget reductions required by the Alternative Budget Solutions Resolution that would cut approximately 50% of current school site contract budgets to meet the district's spending cap. These drastic cuts would deeply impact essential programs funded through our expanded learning opportunities, community schools grants, Title I, unrestricted supplemental, Measure G1, and general purpose funds. These programs are not luxuries. They are vital supports that keep our students safe, engaged, and thriving. In particular, the loss of after-school programs would be devastating. These programs provide critical academic support, enrichment activities, and a safe environment for students during out-of-school hours. Research consistently shows that quality after-school programs improve student achievement, attendance, behavior, and social-emotional development. For many families in our district, especially those from underserved communities, these programs are lifelines. Stripping away half of our schools' operational budgets undermines the progress we've made toward equity and community empowerment. The community schools model is rooted in local decision-making and holistic student support, both of which are directly threatened by these proposed cuts. Before the board approved the alternative budget solutions resolutions, principals and educators shared clear concerns about the consequences of that decision. Unfortunately, our input was disregarded and not reflected in the outcome. We call on you to correct this oversight by rejecting all proposed site-level reductions and committing to a solution that safeguards the essential programs that our students depend on daily. Thank you for your leadership and for your commitment to Oakland students. Sincerely, 58 principals in OUSD and over 40 teachers and counting. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Shalonda Gregory. I'm the current principal of Met West High School. I've led Met West for the past 4 years. I bring 21 years of experience in education. 14 of those years have been in administration. With my leadership, I provided the school stability and growth in several areas such as A through G completion, graduation rates, number of credentialed teachers have increased at Met West. The 11th grade has increased their own track for graduation and college readiness, etc. I am deeply committed to teaching and learning, and I came to Met West with a clear mission to elevate an already accomplished school and to ensure that all students have access to quality instruction. As the first Black administrator and first person of color to lead Met West, I expected to be met with collaboration, growth mindset, and support. Instead, I was met with resistance rooted in racism from the same group of teachers who had previously ran off the previous two principals before me. Since my arrival, I have been targeted, bullied, harassed, and undermined by the members of Oakland Education Association. Their actions, driven by white fragility and privilege, were intended to silence me, discredit my leadership, and ultimately push me out of OUSD. When intimidation didn't work, a campaign began to defame me professionally and personally through false grievances and fabricated complaints. The toll has been immense. I faced hostile work environment unlike anything else in my career since I've started working in Oakland Unified. Even, I'm from the South, and I've never faced this amount of racism since I've moved here. It's just been crazy. I have endured work trauma, ongoing stress, and damage to my health. Yet there has been no accountability for the racism and the misconduct directed towards me. I likely have more grievances filed against me than any other principal in this district. And they are distinctly different in tone and content, steeped in racial bias and microaggressions. These patterns are not isolated. OUSD has a race problem and is being exacerbated by OEA's unchecked targeting of Black principals. No one is ringing the alarm, so I am. Enough is enough. Today I speak in my power and I speak in my truth, not just for myself, but for every principal being harassed and devalued. I will not be silenced. I will no longer serve as OEA scapegoat. We cannot claim to value equity and believe in anti-Blackness if we allow this to continue. I'm bringing this to your attention to make you aware of what's been happening. This has been going on to me personally for 4 years, and for some of my colleagues, it's just now beginning, and it should not be allowed. I urge the board to stop operating under the undue influence of OEA. You are elected to serve all stakeholders, and I am a resident of Oakland, so I do vote, and I will vote whoever's in my district out and get support for that, not to act as an extension of one union's agenda. Your responsibility is to lead with integrity and impartiality, not to enable a toxic culture driven by bias and intimidation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carmelite Reyes. I'm a first-year principal at Redsdale, but have been a longtime principal in the district before this and central office leader. And I have some gray hair because once upon a time I taught at Life Academy when it was opening. I love Oakland, and I love the politics of Oakland and the protests, and when we see something wrong, we speak up. And yet I think there are ways to speak civilly, with professionalism, with productivity in mind, and in a really well-functioning district, OEA, the leadership, UAOS with principals, the board, the superintendent should be working together to grow children. And right now it is really contentious. And I am very concerned how OEA leadership, and I wanna say leadership because our teachers are amazing. The teachers, our OEA leadership in my school is amazing, but at the top of the union, we have behaviors that do not demonstrate professionalism and leadership. And we can't solve problems when we're not being professionals. We can't solve problems when we're threatening each other. We cannot solve problems when we are bullying and slandering and intimidating each other. And so there are ways to register complaint. There are ways to disagree. There are ways to resolve problems, but targeting a principal whose job it is, and it is only the principal's job, no one else can do this, to ensure that every classroom is safe, to ensure that every classroom has a well-qualified teacher. If that teacher isn't well-qualified, to grow them. And if they see that that teacher either is not committed to growing or doesn't have what it takes to grow, then having to make a difficult decision to terminate a contract or to release a teacher. It's hard to know the difference. And we need to support our principals when they're doing it, because they're the only ones who are gonna ensure that the kids are receiving a quality teacher in front of them. And it shouldn't be something where we're flyering or picketing or name calling or cursing at or threatening. And so I really urge OEA leadership to show up differently and to work collaboratively with principals, with the board, with the superintendent, because we can't keep this fighting. We have to start talking to each other to solve problems respectfully.
Good evening, board. My name is Emiliano Sanchez. I'm the coordinator of trades and apprenticeship. I've been in the district 34 years now, 40 something if you include my years as a student. People have said that I'm quick to find the humor in almost every situation, but it's hard to find the humor when individuals are being harassed. I'm going to say that again. It's hard to find the humor when individuals are being harassed. Now, as an ex-principal, well, actually, I'm going to back up. I'm pro-union. I was a sheet metal worker in the union. When I came as an instructional assistant, SEIU in the union. OEA, I was in the union. I was a rep for the union. I was on strike 26 days, 31 days actually, 26 days strike with the sheet metal workers. So I'm pro-union. But I believe in policy and protocol. That policy and protocol also includes what individuals in leadership need to do. As a principal, if I know someone is harassing other students, if I say nothing, I'm liable. You know individuals are being harassed by individuals in the unions, and yet you have said nothing. You have said nothing. That makes you liable. If I were a principal and it was brought to your attention that a student was harassing other students and I allowed it to happen, you would reprimand me, if not terminate me. This is the second time I've been up here and I stood here and you guys have said nothing. There has been no dialogue with this to work together. We're all here, it's all about the kids. How come no one sat down with us to bring that to the table? How come? Why are you silenced? You would fire me if I was a principal and I let somebody bully somebody else. If you let somebody chase somebody across the school, look in the mirror.
That's the time for the allotted for UAOS. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any other bargaining units who would like to speak?
Minutes.
Let's take 5.
That was a good 10 minutes that you let them just berate the Oakland Education Association. So I'll just want to say that the data of the district speaks for itself. The disproportionate termination of Black educators speaks for itself. What I'll say is that the disproportionate nature in which they put Black educators on admin leave speaks for itself. The disproportionate data for disciplining Black children speaks for itself. These things, how you treat Black educators is how you treat Black students. And I also just want to say that some people were just clapping when they were talking about and using racial tropes, thuggish, ruggish, or whatever it was that they were talking about. But I want to speak to my original comments that I came up here to say this evening is, OUSD has a priorities issue that leads to this rampant instability. These budget alternatives that were brought this evening were meant to keep cuts away from kids. And the senior leadership team knew that. This was a naked political move that not only demonstrates their lack of commitment to centering students, but a lack of commitment to ensuring that we're going to have a solvent budget. I want to appreciate the board members that that made their best attempt with very little support to get a student-centered budget. OEA has always advocated for more resources to sites and not less. We believe we need to keep cuts away from kids. We stand with the after-school providers and believe that, just like all families, as a parent myself needing after-school support, that we need to reject these cuts. And ensure that there are resources for those programs, but we certainly should not be doing that and throwing the entire policy out. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I also wanted to remark that all of the labor partners had an opportunity to sit in and discuss the alternate budget cuts. We actually brought UAOS and all of the bargaining units sat and talked about every single one of these resolutions. And they didn't have any issue with it at the time. So it's really interesting now to see their position. They were also in attendance at the task force, the contracting out task force. So we're really concerned about this radical shift. The last thing I want to say to the UAOS is that in 2024, you all reached out to us, the bully Oakland Education Association, when you needed support with your labor contract and when you needed help in order to try to figure out how much resources was left in that budget. It was the Oakland Education Association that stood with you and said, when you threatened to cross picket lines or when you threatened to strike, we said that we would not cross your picket line so that you could get a 20% raise. You're welcome.
Good evening, Trish Bellinson, SEIU chapter president, also library technician in the district, here with our other chapter officers of SEIU. First, just off the top, want to acknowledge what transpired tonight. It feels weird that there are folks in our particular labor union who are targeting labor leaders. It's not in the spirit of what we do. Not sure why there's a public campaign, and just it's baffling, and it needs to stop. And rallying people in positions of power against teachers is not okay. SEIU chapter officers are coming to you tonight with concerns about the limitations being put on SEIU during impact bargaining. Failure to provide accurate and current information hinders the process for us to reach out to our members and prepare settlement proposals for impact bargaining. We ask that the district lift the obstructions to shared drive access, hearing requests that our members are opting for, and provide full unfiltered view access to the live spreadsheet immediately, so that we are able to fully participate in the ways that we are legally entitled to. We're tired of being ignored and dismissed.
We encourage the board to pull the following items from the consent report. L16, agreement between owner and contractor, Stevens Contracting, Inc., Kaiser Child Development Center Boiler Replacement Project, Department of Buildings and Grounds. How is replacing a gas-powered boiler with another gas-powered boiler follow the spirit of OUSD sustainability policy that was just passed by the board? There are alternatives to gas-powered heating elements. With this replacement, OUSD is furthering its environmental impact rather than shifting to more sustainable heat replacements. OUSD's Chief Systems and Services Officer, Director of Buildings and Grounds, along with facilities, legal counsel should all be aware of OUSD's policy shift to sustainable infrastructure. This board policy was just adopted in March.
L24, Services Agreement 2425 with Addie Rose, Mayor. This contract is late. Services started April 7th and go through June 30th. OUSD is willing to drop $20K for 2 district staff to get along in the workplace, while OUSD has RJ facilitators and RJ coordinators that are able to handle this work in-house. L25, an amendment to a service agreement for translation and interpretation services with Hannah Interpreting Services. Here we go again. If there is so much demand for translating services, like we saw earlier tonight, rather than extending this contract through June 2026 and increasing the agreement from $700,000 to $1.5 million, why not hire more translators and interpreters? The board has the power to stop approving these contracts and direct district staff to increase wages to retain staff in-house.
L64, Services Agreement 2024 to 2025, IRIS Connect Strategic Resource Planning Department. Again, this contract is late. Services started April 7th and goes to June 30th. Is this a service contract for Redwood Day and or Bishop O'Dowd High School? Based on the information provided, we are unclear on the services OUSD will receive and why Redwood Day and Bishop O'Dowd are named. L72 Services Agreement 2024 to 2025, East Bay Agency for Children, Rusdale Continuation High School. Once again, late. Services started April 1st and go through May 30th. This contract is for 1 bilingual case manager navigator to newcomer students. This is outsourcing. When we have case manager positions that just recently got cut from 12-month to 10-month. We also have newcomer learning lab positions that are actively being cut this year.
SEIU understands the need for financially sustainable systems that allow workers to support our students with consistency, and outsourcing services ain't that. As labor, we know that the best way to attract and retain, oh, nope, we need to reset that because we got our 10 minutes. As labor, we know that the best way to attract and retain workers is by providing a living wage, sustained health benefits, and ending the cycle of yearly cuts and reductions. If students first is the goal of this institution, conditions for staff to be housed within OUSD with consistency must be created. And on a separate note, I just wanted to say that it's incredibly freaking disrespectful to have us again at the end of, look at what, sorry, I'm trying not to swear. I don't know if we have any more kids in here, but like it's 10:06. And I know like we're not the only ones in here, like y'all are all in here, but like it's incredibly disrespectful for us, for labor to be placed so late in the evening. And at this point, it's just like, it feels incredibly intentional. And I really want to extend grace to all of y'all. But it's just, I'm losing hope. I'm losing hope that I don't even think it's fair for me personally to offer more at this point. And so this has been raised before, and I'm going to raise it again. We need to have our agendas set such labor can come up sooner. I don't understand the point of having us come up late after everyone's gone to talk about things that have already been passed or voted on or whatever the hell. Like, we cannot do this to us. We are what keeps OUSD running, and we deserve that respect. Thank you.
Are there any other labor unions that are making comments? Oh, okay.
I don't see any on Zoom, and I believe all have spoken in the room.
Where's the sheet of paper? Okay, thanks. The next item on the agenda is L, which is general consent. Is there any public comments? No. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, can we have a translator check? Thank you.
Yes, moving to interpretation check. We will start with Spanish. I will lower all attendees' hands. Please only raise your hand if you need Spanish interpretation. Ms. Walker Marquez, if you can come off mute and make the interpretation announcement for Spanish, please. Yes,
Sí,
Miss. Yes.
Buenas noches. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea al español. Entonces queremos ver si todavía hay alguien presente que quiera el servicio. Si es así, si están en Zoom, por favor levanten virtualmente la mano para seguir dando el servicio, o si están presentes también háganles saber para dar el servicio. Gracias. Si no se pide el servicio, no se va a dar en esta siguiente parte de la agenda. Muchas gracias. Spanish announcement is on. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Walker Marquez. Checking attendees to see if there's hands raised for Spanish interpretation. Seeing no hands raised, we will now start with Spanish interpretation. Move to Arabic. Again, please only raise your hand if you need Arabic interpretation. Ms. Abdi, if you can come off mute and make the interpretation announcement for Arabic, please.
Okay. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. للحصول على ترجمة باللغة العربية الرجاء اتباع التعليمات والإرشادات التالية. في أسفل الشاشة ابحث عن الدائرة على شكل الكرة الأرضية، اضغط عليها ثم اختار كلمة الترجمة واللغة العربية. أما إذا تستخدمون الأجهزة الذكية، هناك في أسفل الشاشة 3 نقاط عند كلمة مور، اضغط عليها ثم اختار كلمة الترجمة واختار اللغة العربية. الرجاء كتم الصوت الأصلي حتى تستمعون إلينا بوضوح. إذا أنتم متواجدون في القاعة، هناك أجهزة توفر الترجمة باللغة العربية. وإذا كنتم عن بعد، الرجاء استخدام خاصية رفع اليد حتى نقوم بخدمتكم. وشكرا. Arabic instruction is done.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Abdi. Checking attendees to see if any hands raised for Arabic interpretation. Seeing no hands raised, we will not activate any interpretation announcement for tonight for Arabic or Spanish. And that concludes interpretation. President Burhard, I turn it back to you.
Do we have any public comments on item L, consent items?
We have two speakers. It's Vivica Yikoi Walton and Asada Olagbala.
2 minutes.
Try to do this as fast as, what time is it?
10:11. We're okay.
Doing okay? Okay. So I read this agenda like I read all agendas with the intent of looking at the high schools and looking at McClymonds and comparing what McClymonds is getting tonight and what the other schools are getting, high schools. So just briefly, I was going to read you everything, but I'm just going to tell you the numbers. As it relates to specialties, after-school programs, case managers, workshops, services, academic support at the high school level, tonight Castlemont has 8 items that impact them. Ragsdale has 1, Oakland High has 4, Skyline has 4, Fremont has 5, Oakland Tech has 4, Oakland International has 5, and Dewey has 1, Bunch has 1, and McClymonds has 1, and you know what the 1 is? To get assistance for the graduation activities. And all I'm saying is this, we're not creating balance of allocation of support and services programs at the high school level. And a point of clarification, when you made the statement that Lincoln is diverse, Lincoln is 72.5 Asian, 9.4 Black, and 7.8 white. Just like McClymonds, it's not diverse. We over 70% Black. And I'm just a little bit upset. Y'all making me look good. Because I get out of place a lot of times. But we getting out of place when you got principals and the union, and you got the school board members and the students. Come on. Let's do a little bit better. I'm trying to do better. Let's do better. You see, I'm not bursting out as much. I'm working on it. Okay? So let's work on getting better at working together, please. And if you don't want me to talk no more, I got to talk about the modernization of McClymonds.
Thank you, Mrs. Sada. Next speaker, please.
That was Vivica Yikoi
Okay.
Walton.
Is she online or is she?
There's no hand raised on Zoom, and I believe not in the room.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to adopt the consent items on item L?
I move the adoption of L, the adoption of the general consent report.
I'll second it.
Minus L35 and
Yes,
L91.
minus the ones, I'm sorry, minus those items that were pulled.
So I'd like to make a friendly amendment, if that's okay, Director Thompson, to move the consent agenda except item L35 and item L91.
That's friendly.
Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call vote?
I have comments before we
Oh,
go to
you have a
roll.
comment? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Director Hutchinson, I'm sorry.
Okay. I agree, Ms. Olabala. Like, the board right now is making everyone look good, which actually everyone except the board itself. And so I'll try to remember to bring it to the next meeting. The National Alliance I was involved with in 2018, we did an equity assessment across the country where we picked pairs of high schools to compare. And one of the comparisons was between McClymonds High and Oakland Tech. And we did a comparison between them because although they're only a little more than 3 miles apart, the course offerings that were provided were drastically different. Where McClymonds High had less than 10 electives, and Oakland Tech, if I remember right, had over 40. So this has been a long-standing issue, and although we've had a lot of lip service to a lot of things over the last few years, as we can see with how things are breaking down here, not only have things stopped functioning, but there is a large racial context again to what's going on. And I appreciate UAOS speaking on it. It's also very clear here on the board. I mean, the optics are telling. And so tonight, I'm not going to be voting on this consent report or the other one because I have no faith in board leadership who put this together. I know that our superintendent and chief business officer have been driven off. I know that the head of facilities just quit after 18 years in the district, abruptly quit. And so how can I have security that our consent report and the facilities consent report has any sort of oversight, vetting, or anything? And for a board that's going to willingly vote to just cut budgets and after-school programs, I sure don't trust those same two people in leadership to build a consent report that I want anything to do with. So until things change, I'll be abstaining on these things, and please consider it a vote of no confidence. Thank you.
Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call and a vote, please?
Yes, on the consent, the adoption of the general consent report minus items L.-35 and L.-91. Student directors are absent. Director Lotta?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes, sir.
Director Hutchinson?
Abstain.
Okay, Director Barry?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor is absent. And President Brohard?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Services agreement, Soccer Without Borders, Summer Learning Programs, International Community School, and Community Schools and Student Services Department. We have public comment on this item.
Oh, on L.-35? No. Yes, no one submitted a card for L.-35.
Okay. And do we have a motion to adopt item L35?
I motion.
And is there a second?
I second.
And is there any board comment? Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call vote, please?
On L.-35, on the roll call, student directors are absent. Director Lotta is recused. Director Williams?
Yes, sir.
Director Hutchinson?
Abstain.
Okay. Director Barry?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor? Absent. President Brohard?
Yes.
Motion's adopted. L.35 is approved.
L.91, Services Agreement to 2024-2025, Sarah Wheeler, Emerson Elementary. Are there any public comments?
Motion.
Oh, I have a motion to adopt this.
Yes, I motion to adopt L.-91.
Second.
And are there any public comments?
No member signed up for L.-91.
Okay, thank you. Are there any board comments? Okay. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Noted student directors are absent. Director Thompson?
Yes.
Director Barry?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
Abstain.
Okay. Director Williams?
Yes, sir.
Director Latta is recused. Vice President Batchelor is absent. Oh, you here? Okay, all right. Your vote on L.-91? Yay or nay?
Yay.
All right, thank you. President Brohard?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to you for a minute.
So now we are on item M, which is the general obligation bonds. Is there a motion to approve?
Yes, I move the adoption of M, the adoption of general consent report, general obligation bonds, measures B, J, and Y.
Is there a second?
Second.
Wonderful. Public comment on this agenda item? Mr. Hollis, do we have anybody?
Asada Olugbala.
We have 3 items related to McClymon's remodeling project M5 is additional money for counseling or consulting. I don't know why we need to spend more money on consulting. Then we have M7, which is for the relocation and removal of furniture and disposal of furniture and so forth. But the one I'm really concerned about is M10, is additional environmental report. Now, we got contaminated soil. They've taken the project for the field to be replaced off the schedule. And I hope it's because of the contaminated soil, and you're going to do something to remove the contaminated soil. So I'm just assuming, but that has been taken off. If you're going to do an environmental report, there's no details of why you're doing it, what you're looking for, and so forth. But the idea that the district was willing to replace a football field, knowing the soil was contaminated, and to nobody to address it or speak to it except the community. And Mr. Williams made a valid effort to have it dealt with. I've read the email, and I have to give you that prop. So I don't know what's going on when you think it's appropriate to put a football field turf down on contaminated soil. Unacceptable. It's not happening now. I don't know why it's happening. If Mr. Williams, if you had something to do with it, thank you. But the fact that you spoke to it, I think you really had a lot to do with this. So I'm just appalled. And I just walked over to apologize to that lady. We had a very disrespectful confrontation. And in the spirit of we need to do some changing, I needed to go do that. And I'm going to ask you again, you need to do some things to work better on that dais. I'm going home.
Thank you. Happy birthday, Mrs. Sada. Appreciate your service. Any any comments from board directors? Director Hutchinson?
Thank you. Ms. Olabala, we're overdue for a conversation, and I will fill you in with the story of that football field. And I wish we could say that somebody has taken care of a problem, but that's not the case at all. We have a real problem with our facilities projects now. After 18 years employed in the district, our head of facilities, Kenya Chapman, last week gave a 14-day notice abruptly. And Kenya was our last link to Tim White, rest in peace. Now, how can we go forward with projects or have any idea when the head of facilities just quit? And how do we not take that as a sign of some of the real problems we have going on? So not only did the head of facilities abruptly quit, which is not what she would have wanted to do, but we don't have a superintendent in place to even hire a new one. Just like we don't have a chief business officer who's going to be able to recalculate budgets because she's been driven off as well. And that's why none of these people are here tonight. Yes. And so this is the problem that we're facing now. And it's really sad that at this point as a board, nobody wants to stand up and say anything. You know, people love to talk to me when I talk when other people are speaking, but the behavior up here is entirely disrespectful, and I understand, because there's something else that Kenya Chapman, Dr. Kyla Johnson-Trammell, and Lisa Grant Dawson share with me. And that's what's been going on here, and it's offensive. I'm not gonna bite my tongue anymore. There's no way I would vote for this when I know the people who are supposed to protect us are no longer in place. And let me just say it very explicitly, where I haven't said it for a few years from the dais. The reason why McClymonds has the problems that it has always been because of the school board and the lack of leadership. And I don't have my schools coming up here every meeting and demanding things, because I take my role seriously. And it's heartbreaking that we're in this point on the day when we're announcing we're leaving receivership, and this is how the board wants to behave and act. So, as Malcolm taught us, chickens are coming home to roost.
Any other board directors? Seeing no one, let's go ahead and take roll call for a vote on, we have a motion.
On
Yes,
the
we have a
roll call
motion.
to adopt the general consent report for general obligation bonds, measures B, J, and Y. Student directors are absent. Director Latter,
Yes.
Director Hutchinson,
Abstain.
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Barry,
Yes.
Director Thompson,
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor,
Yes,
and President Brohard is absent. Motion's adopted.
thank you. Now we move on to S, which is new business, and we take each item up individually, is that correct? Thank you. Is there a motion for S1?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And I believe we have a brief presentation by Director Sandra Aguilera.
Our district, and thank you. This evening we're here to launch the feedback season for the LCAP. You will see this item 3 more times before it is adopted June 25th. So this evening we have Diana Sherman, who is joining us via Zoom to walk us through the major changes that you should see in the LCAP. Want to stress that we are in a 3-year cycle. We have the first year just completed. So when you look at the individual goal areas, you're going to see data that's reflected for the first year cycle. We will be updating the information as it's received. The awkward timing of our LCAP comes when we don't have complete data. So you're not going to see some of the end of year data like the SBAC in our reports at the end of the year because we're not able to publish those results yet. They're embargoed until November. So that's why you have the mid-year update that comes for the LCAP. So we'll give you the brief overview of the components of the LCAP this evening, but just be reminded that it is going to come back multiple times before it's finally adopted, and you have the opportunity to provide us any feedback that you would like to provide as well.
Thank you. My name is Diana Sherman. I am the LCAP coordinator for the district. And in the interest of time tonight, we will be relatively brief on these front end slides, since I believe many of our board directors are familiar with this information. I do encourage members of the community who may be watching in the audience or at home on Zoom or through other means to spend some time with this as well. The Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP, is a plan that every district and charter school in the state is required to complete each year. It runs on a 3-year cycle. As Dr. Aguilera mentioned, we are entering year 2 of that cycle, which is what we call an adjustment year, where we make small tweaks and changes to the plan, but we do not make wholesale changes to our goals or to our actions. So broadly, we are using the plan to look at and better understand what our students need, what we want them to achieve, what we're doing to help them reach those goals, how we're paying for those actions, how much we're paying for those actions, how well we're implementing our actions, and finally, whether those actions are successful to move students forward. Next slide. Again, very briefly, the LCAP was introduced when the state shifted from categorical funding, which was very small, specific grants in many areas, to local control of funding, which is really 3 big blocks of funding that we receive each year. Our base grant, which pays for operational costs of running school, our supplemental grant, which is a per pupil grant for our highest need students, which the state defines as our English learners, foster youth, or low-income students, and then a concentration grant, which we receive for the percentage of those of our students who are above 55% of our student body overall. Next slide. What we include in the LCAP, this is important because we do a much more comprehensive LCAP than many districts do. By state law, we are required to include our LCFF supplemental and concentration funds. We have opted as a district to provide a broader picture of funding because we feel that this best showcases how we are spending and implementing the investments that are working towards each action area. So we do also include our federal title grants, as well as a number of other federal and state grants, our local parcel taxes, specifically G, G1, and it says N, and actually should be replaced by H. Our state and federal grants, including the new equity multiplier, grants from private donors. Where we have the information, we include PTA funding, and then we do include the dwindling COVID relief grants, but there are still a couple that are still in play. And we also include the Learning Recovery Grant, emergency block grant from the state. Next. Major changes this year. Next slide. I'm going to quickly go through these because we are not proposing major changes to the goals and actions. So you'll see in orange anything that is new. So these are, again, our existing goals and actions for goals 1 through 4. Goal 5, 6, 7, and 8 do have some changes, and this is because we have newly designated schools for equity multiplier. At the elementary and middle school levels, our new schools are Brookfield, Burkhalter, Sankofa, Frick, and Westlake. We are also having 3 schools, or 2 schools that are exiting, KDA and Prescott. We have made a decision in consultation with the county and with other districts to find out how other districts are handling this, to keep schools in for the duration of the 3-year cycle if they were in for the first year. So you'll see, for instance, KDA and Prescott will remain a part of Goal 5 with actions that are dedicated to that work, because we don't know if they may be redesignated as equity multiplier schools in the 3rd year of the plan, for instance. So we will add schools, but we will not take away schools. But that said, some schools, so Prescott, for instance, has spent their equity multiplier grant, so the funding that is tied to that action will be 0. In contrast, KDA does have funds remaining that will carry over till next year. So although they are not designated for 25-26, they will be spending some of the money then, because it is the remaining funding from this year's grant that stays with the school, carries forward. So you will see that schools continue to be named even if they are not designated. In the narrative of the LCAP at the front end, you will see a current list of schools that are designated for the 25-26 school year, and then subsequently for the 26-27 year, if you want to see that list. Next slide. Okay. And just as I finish that, I will name one exception to that, there we go, which is the home and hospital program. The state has made changes to how they determine equity multiplier designations and funding, which has basically made home and hospital is no longer eligible for this grant. As a result of that, we are not going to keep them in this action because we know they won't get it in subsequent years. And so that's a little bit different than how we're handling it for the other schools. Next slide. Okay. This is just an overview of what's coming next for LCAP. We are in, again, our engagement space. This is the very first draft that goes out. It is a very, very early draft. You will see it's very incomplete in many areas. We are filling those in as we go. We are including new data, fleshing out all of the different pieces that are missing, but you'll begin to get a sense of what's there. Through the month of May, we are doing LCAP engagement. We will be hosting sessions for staff to come and drop in and provide feedback. PSAC has already held 2 study sessions with their members and is doing a full meeting next week, which the community is invited to attend and to hear more about LCAP and provide feedback on May 21st. We will also be releasing in a few days the next draft. We have a number of drafts as we go through cycles. The May 17th draft, which will be this weekend, is the draft we will use for discussion at the meeting on the 21st. And then we will again have iterative drafts each week as we go forward until we get to June 6th. The public hearing draft should be relatively complete. Some changes you will see that are upcoming due to new state legislation. Learning recovery expenditures, which is the learning recovery funds, must be adhering to a new needs assessment. So we have conducted that needs assessment, determined which schools are eligible. The state has been pretty prescriptive around what indicators they want us considering and which schools will qualify based on their dashboard status. We will specify in each of the actions that has a component funded by the learning recovery dollars, how much is going to be expended for that action, for what purpose, and at what sites. So you will see that added within the action narrative. That's new, it is required, and so it'll look a little different. We are not going to parallel that for other resources only because the LCAP would become a 600-page document. But we do have that information available. If you're interested in knowing specifically about different resources, please do reach out, and we try to make sure that that's always available. Again, come to you for public hearing on June 11th, and then finally June 25th. Next slide. Okay. And so open for questions.
Director Batchelor.
Thank you. I had just one question about the home hospital and why they're no longer eligible. Can you talk just a little bit more about the change to the equity multiplier?
Yes, and I'm going to have to refresh myself in the details there. It has to do, I believe, with the threshold for school size and how they're assessing that. I don't know if that will continue to change in the future. They are a very, very small program. And so they had previously, it had just been based on that percentage. But this cycle, I believe they had 6 students. And so there was a threshold that was applied that they no longer qualified for based on that. Whether that will remain the same next year, I don't know. But that was just a change. We expected them to be designated. They were not. And then also just to name, we did have another school that we expected to be designated, Met West. They had a change to their CDS code, which is something that is required by the state. That change was also required by the state in order to align to how they were taking attendance and the type of school they were running. So all good reasons to change that, but it did render them ineligible for a year. And so they will, should they qualify the next year, they would be back in the cycle for that. But again, that was an unexpected change, so they are not included this year, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Are there any other board questions? Okay. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Sherman. Dr. Aguilera.
I'm here for the next one as well, and the next one after that. So I'm just going to remain, if that's okay.
I apologize, we're all looking at you.
Yeah, I was like, well, I can walk away, but I'm going to be right back.
You're here for actually the next 2, right?
Madam President?
Yes.
If I may, for S.-1, there was one speaker, Sada Olabala, who is currently not here.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, item S2, which is Curriculum Adoption Implementation, University of Florida Literacy Institute, UFLI, Foundations, Classroom Instruction Materials, grades K2. This was brought before Teaching and Learning and was recommended favorably. Do we have a motion to adopt this?
Yes, I move the adoption of S.-2 25-0709A Curriculum Adoption Implementation, University of Florida Literacy Institute, UFLI Foundations, Classroom Instructional Material, grades K2, Chief Academic Officer revised.
And is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Thank you. And are there any board comments? Public comments, sorry.
Sada Olakbala.
Okay. And are there any other board questions? Director Hutchinson.
Thank you. Like I said directly, I apologize, Dr. Aguilera. This is not, my vote is not a reflection of how I view what you've done or what's going on, but I'm gonna have to keep abstaining from these items to demonstrate to my constituents and my community that I have no faith in this board leadership right now and the direction they're taking us. So I apologize to you and your team, but I'm gonna have to abstain on this one as well.
There are no other board comments. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, the student directors are absent. Director Barry.
Yes.
Okay, Director Hutchinson.
Abstain.
Director Latta.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes, sir.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor.
Yes.
And President Brohard.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. The next item is S3 25-0712A, Curriculum Adoption Purchase, Elementary Reading Risk Screener, grades K2, Academics and Instruction Chief Academic Officer, revised. This was also approved, recommended favorably to the board by the Teaching and Learning Committee. Is there a motion to adopt this?
Yes, there is. I move adoption of S.-3 25-0712A, Curriculum Adoption Purchase, Elementary Reading Risk Screener, grades K through 2, Academics and Instruction Department, Chief Academic Officer, revised.
Thank you.
Second.
And can we have a roll call vote, please?
Public comment?
Public comment. Is there any public comment?
Asada Olugbala.
Okay. Seeing that she's not here, are there any board comments?
On the roll call?
Okay.
Student directors are absent. Director Thompson?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
Abstain.
Director Williams?
Yes, sir.
Director Latta?
Yes.
Director Barry?
Yes.
Director Thompson, I got you right. Okay. Vice President Batchelor?
Yes.
President Brohar?
Yes.
Motion's matters approved.
The next item is just a short president's. I want to take a poll for a special meeting. So I was wondering what people's availability was for Thursday, May 22nd.
So we're not going to finish the agenda first? We had an opportunity to do this in closed session. We didn't. Can we finish our agenda and then have this conversation?
And then we will have your introduction of your new legislation.
What time on May 22nd? We have the Charter Matters Committee meeting at 5.
Oh, that's right. Okay. We could do it after. But you guys, at 5 to 7?
Well, I'm not available on the 22nd.
Okay. What about May 21st? Which is the Wednesday.
The only date in the preliminary poll, Madam President, that there was no other meeting was next Wednesday, the 21st.
I'm available the 21st.
I'm available.
Yes, I can make it.
And not only am I not available, but I remember the text thread where you all are aware that Director Barry, Director Thompson, and myself all said we weren't available that day when that text went out.
I was asked to poll this date.
And I'm just telling you, and you
Thank
did,
you.
and you saw our answers there. And it's a little disrespectful and disingenuous to now do this now because you saw those answers there.
Madam President, Director Hutchinson, can we refrain from referring to correspondence between the board?
So I think this is a meeting that everyone should be at. So, yeah. So no, we won't have a special meeting. Thank you.
There's no meeting next week?
No. Other than Charter Matters and, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, next, I don't know if there are any board members' reports. All right. Director Hutchinson?
Yes, I just want to again remind anyone who might be watching now and who didn't get the Parent Square message that I'm holding a District 4 Town Hall tomorrow night, 5:30 to 7:30 at Montera Middle School. We will have food at 5:30 and start the town hall at 6 o'clock. We're going to go over the key priorities for the last 8 weeks of the school year, which are centered on the superintendent and the budget, and then go over the 3 key priorities for next school year, which is restarting and relaunching the 3 Rs, ensuring that we have the structures in place for full local control, and for finishing the job in my the last full school year of my term. So everyone's invited, even though it's specifically for District 4. I really want to thank Dr. Moore and then Derek Mitchell and his team for just helping with the logistics to put it together. And we are expecting a big turnout, so everyone's welcome. And for a lot of my constituents who have been sending me emails and asking questions, I will be there tomorrow. I will be available to answer all the questions that people have. And just lastly, since I can't answer all the emails that I've received in the last few weeks, I really want to thank the community for the way you showed up tonight and for how many people have reached out to me. I think it's pretty clear now what we're dealing with and what's going on, and I'm always going to trust the community that helped raise me when it comes time to handle business. So thank you all. This is just the start, and we have 8 weeks to make changes. Otherwise, we're not be taken over again.
Director Batchelor.
Thank you. I just wanted to also iterate that I will be at many graduations and celebrations over the next few weeks, celebrating our amazing scholars, elementary school educators and staff and principals. I do not have an active list of those graduations that I can look at, so please, please, please let me know TK, K, and 5th grade promotions, so that I can make sure that I can make it on my calendar. But our graduates from Skyline, CCPA, Sojourner Truth, and Oakland High, which I will be jumping into that one for special graduates this year. I will see you at graduation, and I can't wait to celebrate you with all your family and friends.
All right, with that, we have our last, before we adjourn, we have an introduction of new legislative.
And I'd just like to add, just really quickly, Redsdale.
Okay. Introduction.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Director Barry. I didn't see your hand up, sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to use my time to shout out all the students who represented EBASI, United for Success, TCN, Manzanita Community, Manzanita Seed, Fremont, Oakland Kids First. Y'all are literally the heartbeat of the district, and when you show up like you did today, we get a different kind of energy, and it is appreciated. I appreciate all the advocacy and hope that we can deliver on our promise to center you all and all the decisions moving forward. I also want to acknowledge the end of year celebrations. Vice President Batchelor, great idea to shout out the TK, the elementary graduations, because we don't talk about those, and those are exciting too. And congrats to all the graduates and all the honorable recipients and all the staff and employees recently recognized at our honoring our own event last week. I was also at Life Academy a few weeks ago to sit on a panel for a group of students delivering their senior capstones, and they were awesome. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Omar, Angel, and Anaya, because y'all are brilliant, and I needed that.
Yeah, I just want to say to all the families in West Oakland, Martin Luther King is hosting a celebration on Saturday, 5/17. Come on out. It's a school-wide fair celebration, as well as there'll be a celebration. Is that Prescott? Saturday as well, Prescott, 11 to 8. So you have 11 to 3. Thank you. Yeah, I have them there all day. I have them out there all day, 11 to 3. Jumpers, food, music, celebration, end of the year for Prescott, as well as Martin Luther King. So please come on by. Free food, free fruit, free candy, free music, free fun. Thank you.
All right, I just want to give a shout out. I was able to attend the capstone for the Environmental Science Academy at Oakland High, and this is the last year it'll happen to me, but it was one of my former students, and it was one I didn't recognize till he introduced himself. But it's always kind of cool to see, as a former 5th grade teacher, your students getting ready to graduate and move on to college. And again, I want to give a shout out to Tara Gard. I think the We Honor Our Own celebration was just It's a lot of fun, and it was great to honor people, but it was also great to talk to people about other things besides school board. So again, we're all dressed up and everything. So again, it was a beautiful event, again, as usual, and I look forward to next year's. Dr. Thompson.
Yes, I would like to say that we had a very nice time when we honored the African American students at Axel Gospel. It was absolutely wonderful, and we were prognosticating that we probably had about 3,500 kids there. So I really think it's very important for us to continue to encourage all of our students, and especially those students who have been traditionally marginalized. Thank you very much.
I think we should also give a shout out to that 5th grade poet who was like amazing. Anyway, are there any more board reports? Okay, and with that, Director Hutchinson, do you want to introduce your new legislative matter?
Thank you. Mr. Rakestraw, do we have it available to come up on, I guess it doesn't matter if it's, well, maybe, do we have it available? Do we have anything that can go on the screen, or should I just go?
You probably should just
okay.
Go.
That's fine, just double checking. So I really want to thank Director Thompson, and I'm pretty sure that Director Berry is going to be signing on as a co-sponsor as well. We were the 3 people who didn't vote for those alternative budget adjustments. I've been hearing from the community. I agree with the community, so we're introducing a resolution that will repeal the resolution that brought directing alternative budget adjustments and has frozen our budgets across the district. So now that we're introducing this item, it's now on the board president to agendize it, and if it's not agendized at our next meeting, I'm sure that the director sponsoring this in conjunction with the community will push really hard to make that decision change. So it's disappointing that we have to introduce this resolution, but it's clearly what the community is asking for. And it's sad that it waited till all this point tonight when we had hundreds of people here wanting to talk about it. So thank you, Director Thompson. Thank you, Director Berry. And this resolution is now introduced, and now it's also on President Brohard to put it on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to add that I am not a person who doesn't agendize things, and yes, it will be on the agenda. I don't believe in that activity.
When?
Madam President.
That the meeting is adjourned.